And we have a jam-packed agenda, so I think we should go ahead and get started and call to order the Eugene Water and Electric Board November 2nd, 2021 board meeting. We'll start with an agenda check. Anyone have anything about the agenda? No. Great. Next, we'll go on to items from board members and general manager. Anyone want to jump in and go first? Go ahead, Sonia.
Great, thank you so much. I wanted to just give a big thanks to staff for the Finrock tour. Really fantastic experience to be able to see the work that we voted on and see the progress that they've made. Excited to continue to be able to go up there and see that work. So thank you everybody who put that together. It was really well done. I also wanted to note that I saw Jennifer Connor's piece on resiliency planning in the River Road newsletter. I loved seeing that in one of the local neighborhood association groups. And so thanks for that work. And then wanted to update the board on one item. So I have been the representative for LCOG, and this last meeting, they elected me for the next 2-year term for vice president. Now, what that means is if I'm not elected to be the representative for LCOG in the coming years, then whoever is appointed from the Eweb board would then serve as vice president. So I just wanted to let you all know about that. I'd be more than happy to continue serving on LCOG board, but if we felt like we needed a change, that would be what's coming up in January. And then finally, I wanted to make a note about, I thought it would be a good idea, and I'd love to get other board members' feedback if, as an attempt to be a little bit more inclusive and respectful of others in our community, I thought it might be good if we could actually have our names have our pronouns behind them. I've noticed that many other government agencies and such are moving to do that to be more inclusive, and I thought that would be a good thing for us to do too. I don't think that I've never typed my own name in, so I don't know if I can change it or not. I think that that's kind of up to our IT staff, but if other board members were supportive, I'd love to see that change made, at least for our next board meeting. That's what I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Sonia. Anyone else have any items to check in about? Go ahead, Matt McCrae.
Yeah, thank you. I would just second Sonia's appreciation of the staff putting that tour together. That was extensive, well thought out, and really well delivered. So, and we had partner agencies there as well, and I really appreciate their time and commitment to being there to help us understand all the intricacies of the project. I also want to let my fellow board members and staff know that I had an interview today with the Eugene Weekly. They're doing a story on Eugene's decarbonization efforts, and I really just pointed towards this electrification study that we're speaking about tonight. And some of the results that are in that. So that was really just pointing towards the findings, which is super helpful. And I just want to commend staff for putting together that report, which we'll dive into later. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Borofsky.
Thank you. Yes, I had the opportunity also to go to Finrock. That was great. Very informative. Also, a follow-up on our last month's work session on the multi-year financial plan. I was able to meet with staff and dig in a little bit deeper into that, which was very helpful. Helped me when going over this year's proposed budget, and also helped me figure out the timelines to raise some issues come next spring on some other items. As far as pricing and those types of things. So I want to say thanks to Deborah and staff for helping bring me along. We're supposed to be doing one of those also on the second source water treatment coming up the first part of this next month. So thank you.
Commissioner Brown, anything from you?
I'm good, thank you.
All right, just a few things from me. One is that Commissioner McCray and I had a meeting about COSA just to get some more information last week, and that was really helpful. So thank you, Adam and Deborah, for doing that with us. Matt, Frank, and I also had our quarterly meeting with the City of Eugene today, just to our leadership meeting. And some of the highlights that came from that is that Frank and Sarah Maderi, the city manager, are gonna put together a list or something for us that kind of shows really where we overlap, specifically related to climate, but also things about infrastructure and resiliency too. So just that we can have like more of, we can hone in more on our work together. So that if we ever do have any more joint meetings, we'll see if that happens. But anyway, that we're really clear about where our overlap is. So we can look forward to that coming soon. And that is it from me. And Frank, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
Yes, President Schlossberg, Commissioners, good evening. I wanted to just appreciate the fact that for those who don't follow this, you enjoyed a 368-page board packet this month with a lot in it. So I appreciate, and I know staff appreciates whatever time and attention you could give to that. And also for members of the public who may just tune into this at various times, you do, prior to the meeting, submit questions to myself and management for follow-up. So those are also posted and linked to the agenda prior to the meeting. So sometimes when we get to consent calendar items and it looks like the board approves these, there's a whole back and forth that takes place prior to the meeting just to make sure people are aware of that. The other thing, I did want to thank you for all the extra time this fall. I know we had a lot of different extracurricular activities, including, I believe, one next week, which is to visit the potential future site for a second water treatment plant and an intake on the Willamette. And so appreciate your time with that. Finally, I would like to mention, and I know I briefed the board earlier today on this, we did have a safety incident up at the East 40th site this afternoon. We are investigating that, and until we get further information, won't have a lot to comment on, but it did involve our subcontractor who was doing some blasting, and some rocks and debris went flying during that process. And so we do take safety very seriously, as you know, and even though they're a professional subcontractor, we halted work on the site until we can get a formal investigation and understand what happened and how to prevent any further incidences. And so I just wanted to make sure that the public was aware of that, and part of our approach will be to be very transparent with the communications with the neighbors and with others and with you as we learn more about that. So I wanted to make sure that nobody missed that, and we'll follow up with information as it becomes available when we get more information. So President Schlossberg, that was it from me. Appreciate the time. Look forward to a long meeting.
Thank you. All right, just to note that we do have so many things on our agenda tonight, and we have 1 5-minute break. So if for some reason we need to take another little break or something like that beforehand, just let me know and we can figure that out. Okay, we are now on to public input. When your name is called, remember to unmute your call. Press *6 if you're calling from a landline, or simply use the unmute button if calling from your cell phone. Please state your name and optionally your address or ward, and speak clearly into the telephone. Each speaker will be offered 3 minutes to present their testimony. Please keep track of time. You'll hear an audio notification when the 3 minutes has elapsed. After all testimony is heard, each commissioner will have an opportunity to speak if they choose, although by policy we do not engage in a back and forth dialogue. Please note that failure of a commissioner to speak shall not be construed as support of or opposition to any speaker's testimony. If a question is presented by a speaker and the board does not provide an answer, an Eweb staff member will contact the speaker so that the question can be addressed at a later time. The public testimony period for this meeting is now open. And we are starting with Tana Shepard, followed by Tim Scott.
All right, hello everyone. It's me, EcoChick, otherwise known as Tana Shepard. I'm the Eugene 4J Teacher on Special Assignment as the Eweb Education Partnership Grant Coordinator and Educator. This is my 5th year in the position, and I have multiple addresses because I'm also a resident. I'm in wards 7 and 8. So I'd just like to start by thanking Eweb and the board for your continued support in funding this meaningful educational partnership for so many years now. This year is beginning similarly to last year for our program, with limited classroom visits and no field trips for students. And it, quite frankly, has been pretty tough. Spirits are down and our district is working with shortages of all kinds, but that is not stopping me. I'm utilizing all that I learned from last year with outreach strategies, continued collaborations, and refining resources that were created to offer meaningful educational opportunities to 4J teachers and students. And wow, that water bottle refill station project we started 2 years ago sure was timely. The educational signage is placed in every building, and the Eweb grant is well represented. So back this year, this fall, is virtual salmon education unit. I have about 35 classrooms signed up so far, and it will feature tank live videos, lessons, virtual field trip series, and making some connections to the tribal history, shared history curriculum that is mandated now. And so it's a great connection with salmon, especially at the 4th grade level. And I'd like to note, just overall in the Willamette Basin, we have a salmon egg shortage with the hatcheries. And so for the first time ever, we had to get our eggs from the Sandy Am hatchery, and it's really like a crazy teachable moment with Climate Connection. So I'm sadly excited about that. Continuing work with the 4J Climate Justice team with teachers and students, and in particular bolstering the student group. We're meeting every Friday with students via Zoom, and we're trying to reach all 5 of the high schools and bolster that group. And then the adult team meeting with students representatives meets on the 2nd Tuesday. And then we're making some statewide connections with Portland Public and Corvallis in particular. Continuing the Eco Experience newsletter, it's really a great outreach for teachers, and it's a way to get a lot of grant information out, as well as other cool ideas and connecting people to our community and what's happening. And I was invited to be part of the social studies language arts adoption, consulting with a lens on climate change across the subject areas, as well as ensuring that the environmental and climate related social justice topics and issues and solution strategies are incorporated in our district's guaranteed viable curriculum plan. And it's part of our picture of a graduate skill set. And I have a middle school science group that I'm working with to write some like a climate bridge unit to integrate into their curriculum because it's missing, and then I can support more. And then just the continued support in particular with elementary and middle school science. So yeah, so again, just a lot happening, and I really just appreciate the opportunity to represent Eweb and 4J and the community that I love. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Tana. Next up, we have Tim Scott, followed by Anthony Ramos.
Hello, my name is Tim Scott. I'm the Executive Director of the Eugene Science Center located in Ward 4. I'm calling today to highlight this amazing opportunity we have to transform the Eweb administration buildings into a world-class science center. And I'm not using the term world-class lightly. We truly do envision creating a world-class science center that will serve our community for many generations to come. I do have experience transforming science centers and aquariums in order to have a greater impact on their community. I began my museum career in 1996, and I've worked on a few multi-million-dollar renovations and expansions, the largest of which was a $30 million renovation of the Virginia Aquarium, a project similar to this one, where we transformed the interior of an old building to create all new exhibit experiences. I moved to Eugene in 2016, not to maintain the status quo of what was then called the Science Factory, I saw extreme potential in our community and have since worked to transform the Science Factory into the Eugene Science Center you can experience today. But I live in South Eugene, and every day I would drive by Eweb imagining the possibilities and knowing that of all the places in Eugene, these two buildings connected by a really cool sky bridge could become one of the best science centers in the world, one that complements all other local world-class facilities such as the Holt Center, the Knight Science Campus, Fifth Street Market, the new Hayward Field, and the future riverfront development. And now this dream can finally become a reality. We envision a community science center that is not just for families, students, or children, but for everyone in our community. This new centralized location would make us more accessible, and the additional space would allow us to provide more services for our community members with increased field trips, camps, after-school programs, special events, adult nights, even things we haven't even thought of yet because we've been so spatially constrained. We would become a destination for out-of-town visitors who would further support other businesses such as hotels, restaurants, and stores. Transforming the Eweb buildings into the new Eugene Science Center would be transformative for our community. It's an investment that would continue to benefit our community for decades upon decades. OMSI was given this opportunity in 1992, and just look at the impact they've had on Portland and beyond. This is our one chance to do something similar, if not better, in Eugene. And I'd love to just sit down and talk about possibilities with all of you at one point to see if we can work together to make this dream a reality. Eweb's core values of sustainability, clean water, and community align with our core values. We both want to support and improve our community. We know we have a lot of work to do to make this happen, but if given the chance, and when we are successful, our community will continue to reap the benefits for many generations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Anthony Ramos and then Chris Jones.
Good evening, Commissioners and Director Lawson. My name is Tony Ramos, and I'm the Community and Government Affairs Manager for Northwest Natural, serving Benton, Lane, and Lynn counties. I started serving in this role this past summer. I'm a resident of the city of Eugene and reside in Ward 8. Commissioner McCray is my commissioner. I've been making the rounds introducing myself to elected and appointed leaders, and it's my pleasure to be able to join you this evening. Earlier today, I emailed you all some information about current efforts underway by Northwest Natural as it relates to our decarbonization efforts and how we're addressing climate change. Please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I look forward to learning from and collaborating with each of you and the entire Eweb team. I appreciate your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. And last up, we have Chris Jones.
Good evening, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Jones. I live on Kincaid Street in Eugene in Ward 3. I come to you tonight to discuss the Eweb staff's excellent work on the electrification study and to raise a few issues for you to think about as you discuss it tonight. First, the study makes very optimistic assumptions about the future supply of renewable natural gas. For those assumptions to come true, renewable natural gas will need to exceed even the gas industry's unrealistic dreams, and gas prices will be so high that nobody will be using gas in homes or small businesses. And yet, Eweb's study concludes that 50% electrification of space heating is as high as we can go. So something doesn't quite add up there. Second, I was confused about the natural gas prices used in the study. One section cites an outside study showing that future natural gas prices are predicted to be 3 to 6 times higher than today's prices, with electric prices increasing only a small amount. Later in the study, there's a graph that appears to assume that natural gas and electric price increases will be essentially equal. I worry that the study may significantly underestimate the energy bill savings for customers doing electrification projects. Third, the social cost of carbon used in this study is $75 per ton, but current calculations of that figure by government agencies do not include some very real costs, including the kind of human mortality that we saw in the heat dome event that we experienced this summer. A recent peer-reviewed study that included mortality resulted in a social cost of carbon that was more than 3 times higher than the one used in this Eweb study. Finally, the excellent bar charts in the report show that Eweb can save ratepayers money by providing additional heat pump incentives. So I encourage the board to provide clear direction to staff to expand cost-effective heat pump incentive programs based on this analysis. I also urge the board to communicate to local and state elected officials that electrification will be a clear net benefit for society as a whole, and that those officials should create incentives and regulations and programs now, right away, to accelerate this necessary transition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The public testimony period for this meeting is now closed. And at this time, commissioners are given the opportunity to comment if they choose. So you can just, if you have anything to say, raise your hand and I can call on you. Commissioner McRae, go ahead.
I'll just say thanks to everybody for taking the time to come and provide testimony. Really, it matters. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Carlson, I saw your hand raised.
I was just going to do the same if nobody else was going to thank. So thanks everyone for coming. Appreciate your time.
I just want to add one little thing in regards to Tana Shepard with 4J. I just really appreciate your enthusiasm that you're continuing to bring to the projects. As somebody who works in education, I know that morale is low, and I'm sure that the teachers are really happy to have any kind of infusion of materials and exciting things to work on. So thank you for doing that. Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, I'd like to also thank everybody that testified this evening. I do have a question for Tana that she doesn't have to answer now, but I know in the past that when we've given presentations to some of the schools that didn't know if things, you know, the programs are available to Eweb ratepayers, but we only give these programs to 4J, Springfield, and McKenzie. But we do have private schools like Marist and O'Hara and all of those other things that have a significant population. And I just wanted to, maybe you could get back to me, Frank, or somebody, on whether or not we are including those schools in benefiting from these programs, because to me, I think it would, I know it's a hard thing to do, but the private schools, they're ratepayers too, and want to make sure that we're including them. Thank you.
Okay. We're moving on to our board action items. Item number 4 is approval of consent calendar A.
I'll move to adopt consent calendar A.
Second.
All right. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Great. Moving on to approval of consent calendar B.
I'd like to pull number 10 just for a quick question, if I could, on consent calendar B.
Move to approve all except for item number 10, the remaining.
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All right. So item number 10.
Well, I appreciate Karen's response to my question about that amount of money for one individual for 12 months. And I just want to make sure that I understood that response correctly. That is for one person for 12 months for up to 2,000 hours. And I've done some math there, and that's it. And there's not a big truck that goes with it or a building or anything else. It's just one individual. Is that correct?
I will let Karen respond if she wants to add more detail, Commissioner Brown, but I believe that $222 an hour or whatever it comes out to be does include whatever equipment is necessary as well. But Karen can also weigh in on that.
Good evening, Commissioners. Yes, I second what Frank said, and it does include, all of their background and training and all of that we could not provide a brand new employee.
Okay, well, hopefully in our community with the community college and others, we'll see an opportunity, because to me, that's a significant amount of money to pay one individual on an independent contractor for, not saying that that's not, adequate, that's more than, that's great compensation. I mean, that's more than we pay our general manager. I just would hope there would be an opportunity to have a training or something to get more people trained in that skill set in that profession, because it seems like it's a very lucrative profession. So thank you very much. I do appreciate your answer, but I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something, because I think there's an opportunity there for somebody to get some career opportunities. Thank you.
We share your sense of urgency on that, Commissioner Brown. It's also a union position that has a number of years of apprenticeship associated with it as well, and it's one of the positions we've really had a difficult time filling the last several years, actually. So we share your both your enthusiasm and your sense of urgency on that.
Thank you. Well, with that, I'll move to adopt consent calendar B, item number 10.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on to general business items. Agenda item number 7, the 2022 proposed budgets and prices.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Deborah Hart. I'm here with Adam Rue, the Fiscal Services Supervisor this evening. Wanted to start by saying thank you. I know I contributed more than 100 pages to that board run, so thank you for wading through that and for the questions that we got over the last couple of days. Holly, could I get the next slide, please? So this evening, we're here to review the 2022 proposed budgets, the overall revenue requirement, as well as COSA results and proposed prices. There is a public hearing scheduled this evening, immediately following the presentation, and then we'll be looking for board direction on these materials, and we'll take that and return in December. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Adam Rue.
Thanks, Deborah. Next slide, please. So I'll walk through a few slides related to the 2022 budget and the pricing proposals for the water and electric utilities. This slide here is a high-level overview that we saw last month of the 2022 budget, and we provided the more detailed budget document in the board backgrounder. So we'll be happy to answer any questions related to the budget document or anything in there. But first, we'll move through to some key items from the pricing proposal. Next slide, please. So after 5 years of no increase in prices for both utilities, we are seeing a shortfall in the revenue requirement. Both utilities are entering a period of significant infrastructure investment and replacing assets and updating systems. So next month, we'll be requesting approval of price increases for both utilities for 2022. These recommendations are based on cost of service results, which were informed by those 3-year cost of service trajectories we've been talking about, as well as rate-making principles such as principles of gradualism. Additionally, for the water utility, we'll be requesting approval of the wholesale water contract rates, which are established using the cost of service analysis as well and required board approval. For the electric utility, we'll also be recommending approval of some market-based rates that are based on wholesale power market prices. Those relate to the distributed generation rate for customers that own generation that sell that power back to Eweb, as well as the business growth and retention rider, which is based on the differential between wholesale and retail market prices. So the wholesale prices increased significantly for 2022. So that's increasing the value for customer-owned generators that we're purchasing that power for, as it's a wholesale pass-through, and reducing the differential between retail and wholesale prices, which are roughly in alignment now, and eliminating the benefit to be split for those customers. So these are market-based prices, which are highly volatile, and we update annually. So next slide, please. So shown are the cost of service results for the electric utility. We worked with a consultant to modify our existing cost of service for the electric utility to accommodate a 3-year cost of service analysis and include that in the pricing proposal. And we validated assumptions in the model and data inputs. The results of the cost of service have been prepared annually, although we haven't always recommended an adjustment. And these are generally consistent with what we've seen for the last few years. Specifically, the large general service had been bordering the 5% threshold that we've used as a benchmark for when we would adjust rates. That's largely due to, for several years, we'd had higher purchase power costs that make up a majority of their bill. So those customers, over 60% of their bill is power related cost, whereas for residential or small commercial, they have a higher proportion of distribution costs. Private lighting increased related to higher distribution costs for that customer, and after implementing the gradualism and the recommendation, their increase is for a 100-watt bulb, roughly $6, or increasing from $6.06 to $6.80 per month. Next slide, please. So here in the 2022 column is the percentage increases for the respective customer classes, and those multi-year trajectories showing 2023 and 2024. Absent any significant changes or different direction from the board, we'll be recommending increases in 2023 and 2024 consistent with those shown on the slide. The cost of service results did show a bit more variability than in the recommendation, and we've looked towards the 2022 end state and tried to moderate those any annual changes to employ the principles of gradualism and results of the multi-year study. So next slide, please, for water. So attached are the water cost of service results based on the new model, our cost of service model that we worked with the consultant on for the water utility. Similar to the electric utility, the classes representing the majority of the sales are roughly in alignment with the overall increase, and some of the smaller customer classes have different impacts. For example, the allocation of pumping costs increase the elevation, the charges of the elevation charges. The impact of the fixed portion of the elevation charges at the second elevation level are an increase from $5 a month to $5.45 per month. And at the highest level, it's an increase from $7 a month to $8.75 a month. Next slide, please. So the cost of service results for the water utility also showed a bit more variability, which we've smoothed using the principles of gradualism to get to the 2024 pricing results. We're not recommending any smoothing for the water contract customers, as by contract, those are updated annually and approved by the board. In the electric utility, those are also updated annually, but don't specifically require board approval. Next slide, please. So this is a combined chart showing the bill comparator for both water and electric utility customers. We use 1,600 kilowatt hours and 9 kgal water consumption to represent a typical single-family electric heated residence. Our position on this chart is consistent with where it has been recently as the 6th lowest out of these 17 comparators. This represents Eweb's current and proposed price changes, but all of the comparator groups represent just their existing prices, though some of those have pending proposals that could be approved in the near future. We wait until those are formally in place before we include them in the bill comparison. So with that, I'll turn it back to Deborah.
Thank you, Adam. This evening, management is recommending that the board direct staff to prepare 2022 budgets as presented in the board materials, as well as pricing proposals as presented. Slide, please. So we're at that highlighted bubble here in November now. And our next step from here is a public hearing and then direction from you all, which we'll incorporate and bring back in December.
Great. So we do questions and stuff after the public hearing section. Is that right?
After the public hearing, yes.
Okay. So great. We are now at public hearing on 2022 proposed budgets and prices. I don't know if we have anybody signed up to speak, though.
President Schlossberg, there were no members of the public who signed up to speak at the public hearing.
Okay, so the public hearing is closed. We can...
For official purposes, President Schlossberg, I would suggest you both open and close the public hearing just for official purposes.
Great. The public hearing on 2022 proposed budgets and prices is now open. And now the public hearing on 2022 proposed budgets and prices is now closed.
Thank you.
And now we have discussion. Who wants to jump in? Go ahead, John Borowski. I see you first.
Thank you, Deborah, for giving us beautiful reading material for the weekend. I really appreciate it, and I also appreciate, like I said earlier, the meeting that I had with you and Adam to go over some of the issues that I had with the multi-year plan and how it impacts the budgets. For me, one of the main concerns that I saw was the dramatic increase in the water prices in 2023 and 2024. I know we're not speaking about that budget right now. We're talking 2022, and I think I can buy into the rate increases that we have here. But something that was made clear to me was that next spring we may have an opportunity to look at maybe doing some smoothing of those rates over the next few years. There is the opportunity that we're planning on using rate stabilization to help defray some of the large increases in the out years of the multi-year financial plan. And so at that point next spring, I'd like to talk with the board about being able to maybe bring that 9% down to closer to 4 or 5% if that's possible. Just so that our customers know, again, we haven't raised rates in 5 years. And we do have a rate stabilization fund in both the water and the electric side that we're going to be dipping into to help mitigate some of these rate increases. But as everybody knows, things do go up. We've seen it with our materials, with our labor, and other contracts that we've entered into. So I'm comfortable moving this budget proposal forward and look forward to the opportunity to discuss next spring the easing of the larger rate increases in the water side. Thank you.
Go ahead, Frank.
Yes, I think that's Commissioner Borowski. I don't know where he disappeared on my screen, but I think he's still probably. I think that's a relevant conversation for next spring. I will also say that part of the reason that the rate stabilization funds were created was to address, I guess what I would describe as the lumps in the oatmeal kind of projects. We specifically beefed up the electric rate stabilization fund to help with the Carmen Smith bubble of investment and I could see where it would be an applicable use of various kinds of looks at the rates relative to a large strategic decision like a second water treatment plant, which is really the biggest driver for the water increases being so significant in the years that you're referring to. The other piece of information I think is relevant to customers on the water side is that even with the investment in the second water treatment plant, we go from the second lowest to the fourth lowest of all of our comparators on an absolute basis. And so from a percentage standpoint, while it can look pretty significant, the absolute number is still very, very favorable compared to utilities across the Northwest. And so I think that'll be a good discussion, and we'll look forward to having that in the spring, along with some rate design discussions, I'm assuming as well.
Yes, Sonia, go ahead.
Well, first I want to say thank you so much for the very detailed packet. I know that took a lot of time. I know that in years past, there have not been as many footnotes for the various differences, and I wanted to make sure that you knew that did not go unnoticed. Where there were major differences between previous years and budget moving, I looked at all those little footnotes. So thank you so much for putting in that detail. It really helped me understand where those differences were and what happened. Outside of that, I wanted to ask again, and I'm sure that somebody has answered this for me before, but why do we pay twice as much as a percent on silt than Springfield does? Is that an agreement we've worked out? Is that something we've decided to do out of the kindness of our hearts? Why do we do that?
Deborah, do you want to go through the history? It goes way back, Commissioner Carlson. I can't remember exactly how far, but Deborah might know off the top of her head. There's a whole history lesson in there. It goes back decades, literally decades.
It does, and I don't know off the top of my head, but that question came from, I want to say, Commissioner Brown earlier today, and Frank and I had a little side conversation about maybe preparing a backgrounder that would detail the history on silt for you all. Something is a little cheat sheet about our history on that, but it has been some time, well before Frank or I arrived, that 6% was negotiated.
If I could chime in, Commissioner Carlson, that I've been barking about that for many years because nobody else pays 3. The ordinance says 3, but it was a deal worked out in the 60s between Eweb and the council, and it takes a charter amendment to get it back to 3%. It's just a deal that we have to live with. We did amend it a few years ago to where we didn't have to pay on the wholesale side, and got it, I think, better attuned. But it's just one of those deals that was worked out, and we are the largest financial contributor to the city of Eugene.
So the portion that we pay, is it on all of our revenues, or is it on the revenues that are only in Eugene?
It's on all of our revenues. The wholesale portion is, sorry, Frank.
I was just going to say all electric revenue.
Yes, right. Thanks. All electric revenues. The wholesale revenue is carved out separately, and we have a negotiated flat fee. The city's interest in that was around controlling some volatility in their pricing, or in their budgets, because they also depend on, they do depend on this for their budget. So
I mean, I guess I would like to look at that, especially since others outside of the Eugene area, I mean, if it's the revenue within it, okay, but especially the revenue that comes outside of the city, it doesn't seem like we should be putting that towards them. You know, as we're looking at raising rates, it really should focus on what we do. So I'll put that piece aside and look out for a backgrounder of sorts, but thank you all for the history there. And I think that I think that covered it. I had other questions that were answered before, so thank you for answering all the questions. I know some of those came late. It was a pretty hefty packet. It took me about 7 hours to get through. So, but thank you for all of your work to put that together. I know that was a huge time commitment as well.
Go ahead, John Brown.
Thank you. Deborah and staff and others, I want to thank you all for doing it. I'm fully in support of what you have proposed here. I am concerned between inflation and construction costs and environmental concerns with water supplies and salmon that we're going to be challenged even more with rates over the next 3 to 5 years that I hope we can keep rates within what are projected, but I don't want to be the dark cloud, but there's a lot of pressures on a lot of different coming from a lot of different ways to that could potentially affect that to even a greater degree than what we're proposing. So hopefully we'll be able to keep them there, but I'm not going to be totally surprised if we have to go outside of the parameters of what's been proposed. Thank you.
Go ahead, Matt.
Thanks, Mindy. Yeah, likewise, I want to just say thanks for not only putting this report together, which was really helpful and readable, which isn't always the case with financial documents. So thank you for making it easy for this guy to figure out. And like Mindy, appreciate Deborah and Adam taking time to help me better understand the COSA during a meeting last week. I guess that, just a couple of things that I take away from this. I have a little bit of heartburn about raising rates much above the annual rate of inflation, but it seems like, that's kind of where we are. And when we look at bills, and thank you so much for including the bill comparison, because to me, that's what really matters. When we look at bills, we can see that we're consistent or slightly more affordable than our neighboring utilities. And I think that is really the measure we should be, a key measure we should be continuing to pay attention to. So thank you for incorporating that front and center. And my other comment is that, and I mentioned this, I think last time we talked about rates, is that I appreciate that we held rates flat for several years. And all things being equal, I would rather see low increases year over year of perhaps 1% than rates held flat followed by a jump of 4%. I mean, I know we do some smoothing. It feels like that could be applied. I mean, obviously not retroactively, but in the future, I guess I would rather see just really, lower increases rather than striving to keep things at 0% rate increases. Anyway, thank you, and like John, I'm very supportive of what's proposed here. I appreciate the effort. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, Frank.
Yeah, President Schlossberg. For both Commissioner McCray and Commissioner Brown, I think when we look out, we see and try to gauge what we see as upward pressure on rates, and there are inflationary pressures that we're seeing. Part of how we go into our planning processes is to look at, if we end up having pressures that we didn't assume next year, we want to be able to come back to the board with areas of relief, for example, which doesn't place everything on rates, but also looks at turning the dials up and down relative to projects. Part of the reason that this is a little bit of a jump, and we did hold rates steady for really 5 of 6 years, actually 5 years in a row for both water and electric, was that the rates are driven by the work that we're forecasting to do. And we have increased the level of investment we're making in some pretty key strategic projects. And so that's, we will smooth from there, but some of those we have looked at the timing of, and some of those are emergent. And so the smoothing is close to inflation if you take out, on the water side, for example, the second treatment plant over the course of the 10 years. So that's, Commissioner McCray, that is what we're shooting for, to be pretty close to the rate of inflation over that decade. But we do anticipate, I don't think there will be downward pressure in rates. I think most of the pressure will be upward. And so it will be on all of us to manage the trade-offs between rates and projects and other forms of financing. So I think that's fully anticipated that these conversations will continue.
Sonia, did you have a, oh, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Matt, but I see your hand up, Sonia.
Sorry, there's another round. I had a quick item that I forgot to mention earlier, but if others need to go first, let them do that.
Okay, Matt, did you have other questions?
I do, but go ahead and take Sonia's if you like. That'd be great.
Well, I'm going to jump in and do my turn. I think that it's pretty remarkable that we have been able to not raise rates over these past however many years and continue all of our programs and even expand some of them. So I think that's pretty admirable. And I also echo Matt's sentiment that even maybe a little bit of increase each year is better than such a big jump. I know there's other budget principles that we're following. I'm curious, I'm sure once people hear that we're raising our rates, we're going to get a lot of requests or a lot of comments from the public. And is there a place where people can go and see what the estimated cost increase will be on their bill? Because that, you know, some people might not know exactly like what is a 3% increase or anyways, is that information available? And then also, I know I've asked this question before, but when we increase our rates, do we also increase the amount of money that is available for low income customers?
I can answer that unless I saw you come off mute, Frank.
No, go ahead, Deborah.
Our communications department does work with Adam's team to come up with some average bill impacts so that customers can see what the dollar impact would be. So that is a part of the communication strategy. As for the limited income programs are reviewed periodically with the goal in mind to maintain a steady level of support, but they are not automatically increased.
So
the formula we use for that, President Schlossberg, is we look at a certain number of households and try to cover the basic charges for those, for water and electric for those households. And I don't remember exactly how many households it is. And so that's traditionally what we try to cover. Now, if the basic charge is not affected, then I wouldn't expect that we would necessarily increase the level of support. But I don't remember exactly how many thousand homes, but there's a formula there that we use.
So it's something that we would just keep our eye on, and if, say, March we've run out of money and we get like a unprecedented amount of people that need help, we could adjust.
Yeah, the schedule for the Eweb customer care programs they are not even every month. So we allocate more money when there's typically higher bills in the winter. The shoulder months are usually the lowest, and so we actually have a planned forecast for distribution. Occasionally there is an opportunity because of extenuating circumstances to either pull in or push out some of those numbers and move those allocations around, or like we did in 2019, the years run together, I'm sorry, the COVID year, we actually worked with the board to increase the total pool for that particular form of relief. So we do keep an eye on it, and if it looks like there's some substantial issues there, we'll look at the board and work with the board on what options we might have.
Frank, I could chime in with numbers. The target for the community care program is approximately 10% of an annual water and electric bill, and we provide that to a minimum of 5% of our customers. on an annual basis.
Great, thank you. Okay, so 2 people have requested another round, so we will add some more time to our clock for that. And Sonia, we will start with you.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that. 2 quick items. One, Mindy, to your point about communication with customers, there was an item in the GM packet, and I was curious when that letter would go out. And I noted that at the bottom of the letter, it says you can learn more about the rate changes at eweb.org/rate-info. So there is some information there. I just pulled it up. It does look like there's, some good information there, but staff, when is that letter expected to go out?
Julie, do you know, or Adam? Julie McGahee, Chief Customer Officer.
Yeah, I'm looking in my notes. I actually think it was released to go out already this week, but I can double check.
Okay, great, thank you. And then so one quick comment. I do hope that we, as you develop that website and make, more information gets put up, that some of those rate increases that we've absorbed through BPA get highlighted on there, because that is a lot of what we were able to, absorb and take in without raising rates over the last few years. And it's pretty significant, as I recall. So I hope that we show that to the public too. And then lastly, I wanted to say thank you to the purchasing staff for their work to find ways to get efficiencies of scale and economies of scale through group purchasing with other governmental entities. I did know about the fuel program, and I was happy to see that highlighted in the packet. And in the follow-up question, I know they noted a little bit more about all of the other types of group purchasing that's done. And I think that's another really great thing that they've done here locally to keep rates down. So thank you for that work. Every little bit helps.
Thank you. I'll pass that on to our team.
All right, Matt, you had some more questions.
I do have a quick question. May I dive into the weeds? On page 30, Appendix B, the electric service charges and prices. This is actually great news, I think, for folks that are interested in installing solar. If I'm reading this right, it looks like we're proposing to increase fairly significantly the compensation for generation, like renewable net metered or rate schedule changes, right? And we're proposing to almost double the amount of compensation folks are getting for excess generation. Am I reading that right first?
Correct.
Okay. And
yeah.
then what's the driver behind that things have changed? Is that because we see the landscape shifting dramatically in terms of electricity price? Or can you help fill me in on that?
Sure. So we base those on wholesale forward power prices. So the prices that we're seeing in the market for trading power next year. Okay. And that's how it's developed. We years ago had a longer term rate that was updated and had a 15-year time frame associated with it. But we moved that to just updating it annually. So recently the rates have been updated annually. The prices for next year are significantly higher than they've been the last several years. So we've seen a lot of volatility, and so that's something that we would put, I guess it's kind of a caveat with that. If people making long-term investments might not want to assume that same rate for the entire payback period, just because it is something that'll be adjusted annually. And as conditions in the market change, there could be, a different value. So this is just an annual rate for someone.
In essence, Commissioner McCray, we pass along what we can get for that power in the market.
Right. And that makes total sense. And I know that our net metering policies have not been have not been especially supportive of small scale renewable generation, and it's frustrated folks who have wanted to install, solar especially. And I can hear in the back of my head people celebrating, and I don't want to be the dark cloud. I think that's what John Brown termed himself. So he's doing some of that, so I don't have to be the only dark cloud. But I do wonder, well, one, how we plan to communicate that to people who are preparing to install systems. I get concerned that they would miss that and then find themselves in a spot where they've spent $20,000 on a system, and then 2 years later the floor drops out and their compensation drops and their long-term plan of paying off that system doesn't work in the way they had expected. So I hope that if we're going to do that, we have a really robust system to help people understand the volatility in that market and that this will change from year to year. Or I would ask that perhaps we find some way to develop a policy where I suppose it would be really cumbersome if we guarantee some fixed rate of return, or sorry, I'm not fluent enough in these terms, but the net metered rate would be stable for the duration of somebody's, whatever, a 10-year period or something like that. I don't know that that's realistic, but this does cause me concern. I just want to flag that I'm not sure we want to chase that around and deal with the political blowback that could come from people being frustrated. And I'll end there. I see him past time. Sorry.
Yeah, so if I can just comment briefly, I think the reason that it shifted to an annual adjustment instead of a longer payback was, I think, really the recognition that there's going to be some volatility in the prices, and either the person making the investment is responsible for that and kind of taking the risk, or that risk gets shifted to the rest of ratepayers. And if the value falls, then other people are kind of bearing the burden of that decision that they made. So it's kind of that trying to make other people not harmed by another customer's decision.
That makes sense. Thanks, Adam.
Commissioner McCray, the other thing I would add was this is not the net metered rate per se. Where a lot of your return comes from is displacing the retail rate that you're paying. This is if you generate in excess of that. And so sizing your system to meet your own needs is probably the most important thing. If you oversize your system thinking you're going to get a return, that's where the volatility can have some impact on customers. And so, and this is another area where, as we go forward, rate design to make some of those decisions more neutral to customers will be part of the discussion.
Great, thanks.
All right, John Brown or John Borofsky, do you have any other questions? None for John Brown, none for John Borofsky, and none for me. So Deborah and Adam, did you get what you needed from us?
I believe we did. I just want to thank Adam's staff. You all had very kind words to say about this budget document, and Adam and I were just two sets of eyes and hands on this. So it was really Adam's team that put this together.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. All right. I'm just going to apologize in advance that I'm home. There's nobody else around me right now, but my dog is next to me and she's kind of going crazy whining. So I'm just going to try to mute and unmute so we don't all have to hear her. We are on agenda item number 10, which is Enterprise Resource Planning Update.
Yeah, hi Commissioners, Travis Knabe for the record, Chief Information Officer. Again, happy to be here to chat about this technology investment plan. So really what we're at today is a continuation of the discussion we started in June. And so Holly, let's go ahead and advance the slide. So if anything came out of the conversation in June, I'm hoping that the understanding that we have some legacy applications that are causing us some problems here and stifling our ability to do some of the great work that we want to do. And again, and I know the slide's kind of small, and so I'll read it. I can, well, I won't read it, but anyway, I'll try to speak to it for you all. Our legacy applications, again, are averaging 20 years old, 10, 20, and 30 years old. They're managing $250 million in budgets, tracking $1 billion in assets, doing over 1 million bills per year, producing over 1 million bills per year, and we've got over 150,000 customers in those systems. And so there's still some costs that are associated with those legacy systems that I wanted to call out, and that's these little tiny graphs that are difficult to read, and I apologize for that. But anyway, what I wanted to just show is the escalation in price is anywhere between 4 and 7% in those 3 systems. And again, that's our asset management, our financials, and customer information system. And so what we're getting for that percentage of increase is the continued right to use the application and that technology, but no new features, no new bells and whistles, no new functionality, really just the right to continue to use that investment we made. And I promise the next slides are going to be bigger for us, so you don't have to squint. Again, I apologize. And again, what I recommended at the end of the meeting in June was that we do modernize these applications, and we do so with an ERP, which is that integrated tool that has a single database backend, et cetera. And so the other action that I had from the board meeting in June was that I told you we were going to do an assessment and hire a third party to come in and really give us an idea. And the goal of that assessment was to provide us with an order of operations, really a timeline and an order of magnitude budget. And so we've done that. And Holly, do you want to go ahead and advance? Yeah. So we partnered with SurePower Consulting, and they brought some industry experts in and met with our staff and really did some deep dive interviews. They did 17 individual discovery sessions with staff, and they started with the executive team and then moved down into the line of business leaders and managers of those divisions. And they had industry experts in each of the areas of focus, which are our back office systems, the financial systems, workforce services, meter to cash. And so the chart you're seeing on the right here is really the results of that, those assessments. And if you look at the top right-hand corner, which is high, no surprise, customer information system is up there. But what was interesting to us is that they included some additional scope in their recommendation, and included some modules that were like our customer relationship management tools, the MDM data that we're pulling from AMI. And the reason that they did that is they felt that Eweb was lacking the 360-degree view of our customers, and that if we pulled those additional tools in, that we would then gain that. And then as we look down this chart, asset management and finance, I think you could see by the color and their location, we could probably flip a coin really and do whichever one of those next, and then workforce. And again, you can tell that the scope has changed a little bit. You know, when we talked back in June, we were focused on assets, financials, and customer information. So the next slide, go ahead and move forward, Holly. So what we've got now is the what, and now the when of where we want to go. And so this slide really shows that timeline of when and how fast this can happen at a reasonable rate. And again, customer information is that full 360-degree view. Asset management and financials, again, could be flip-flopped, or we could pull one forward or whatever based on where we are in the project. And we need to look at a lot of variables there, like fatigue from the utility or our employees. Is coming off of customer information and going into financial going to really burn people out? Does it make sense to do asset? Is our asset management strategy in place, or do we need to spend some time doing that? And will we be ready for that in 2024? And then human capital towards the end, I think that the bookends we're pretty confident on. It's the in between that we'll make some decisions as the project goes. So now we have the recommendations on the what, and we know the when. And so I don't want to forget about the budget. I know that we just had a really great discussion on that. And so as we talk about the budget, I wanted to, I included some things beyond just this ERP and this budget, because I think it's important because, as we read Goal 4C here, we're really implementing IS's long-term budget and investment plan into the Eweb's long-term financial plan. And so I'll explain these graphs. This top graph is our combined capital and non-labor O&M budgets that are combined. So that's that total. And they include the numbers of the ERP budget that are down below. So those aren't in addition. I just wanted to call out the ERP budget separately because that work is going to be happening over the next 5 years. One of the exciting things for me is that we got to spend a lot of time working on our capital planning, capital replacement, operational replacements for the next 10 years. We worked with both electric and water and their capital budgets, and we've got all of that detail into that long-term financial plan. And then I worked with Deborah and her team, probably at their nauseum, with all my questions to make sure that we had our non-labor O&M budget included in the long-term financial plan. I've been at Eweb for about 5 years now, and we've been fortunate to execute our capital budget in IS for the last several years. And I love the fact that I get to report we're on target this year to hit our O&M budget, our non-labor O&M budget too. And Frank challenged me a little bit, and so, which I thought was great, that you do it once, you might be lucky. You do it twice, it might be a coincidence, and you do it 3 times, and then maybe there's something there. So challenge accepted. We'll see how things go over the next couple of years. So go ahead and move to the next slide, Holly. So this dives into, and I know this is an eye chart, and I can see Commissioner Carlson's eyes squinting again. I'm sorry. This was kind of one of the most fun slides for me to create because I got to do a bunch of computer nerd stuff. And so I'll describe it. This is really this ERP budget. And so what we're seeing with the red bar chart is that's our legacy application costs. And I started it back in 2015 because I wanted to show that run rate. Then the green bars represent the replacement system, so our modern system that gets put in place. And you can see as it escalates, the legacy system prices or costs go away. Now, I'd love to be able to stop paying for one and start paying for the other and not have an overlap, but that's just not possible, right? We can't just abandon the one system while we migrate to the other one. And so then what the blue lines are, that represents the implementation costs. So we're going to have to hire consultants to help us do data translations, architecture, all of the implementation, the program management, all of those fees. And so what you will notice on this slide, though, that I think is kind of interesting, and it's a little bit different way of doing IS around here, and we talked about this back in June as well, is there's no upfront cost to purchase the software. So as that green line or those green bars start showing up, it's us just adding services and paying a model essentially to rent that software, which eliminates the need for a huge upfront cost, which is nice and really wasn't possible even 3 years ago. So that's just how fast the IT landscape is changing. The bar chart on the bottom here is really just that delta between what our current run rate is, which is running it somewhere around $1 million for legacy applications, and you can see it goes up to about $1.5 million post go live. And so this run rate, or the delta, is really the difference in costs between what we would expect to spend versus what we're spending to do that extra work. So if we look at like year 2022, that 4.1 million is the implementation fees plus that little bit of green. And then as you look out into 2027, that's just the remaining implementation fees and the little bit of red. The total delta is that 20 million. And if you remember back to June, we'd estimated about 20 million. I think we'd budgeted around 22 to do the project, but that was really just those 3 applications. And so we're cautiously optimistic that we get to fold in this additional scope and get that full 360-degree view and pull workforce in and maintain the timeline and do it for the same price. You know, there's some things in there that aren't included. I think, as an example, if Karen wanted to hire some consulting to help develop an asset management strategy, that isn't something that I budgeted for in the technology budget. That would be something that the individual divisions would be looking at. So now we know the what, the how, or the when, and how much. So I wanted to, this next slide, Commissioner Carlson, you asked a question at the end of the last board meeting, or at the end of the presentation in June. What's different this time? What makes us think we can be successful? And I've heard that, believe it or not, from other people at Eweb as well. And so I really dove into it and really tried to educate myself and really think about that to provide some good answers here. And this is what I came up with, is that this is a very strategic project. It's something that's going to be meaningful across the entire utility. It's going to take us from point A to point B, right? It's going to position us to be able to do the things that we want to do and position us for future success. We've got the ET ownership of the program. If you'll notice, if you remember back to the timeline slide, my face wasn't on that slide at all, right? It's because this isn't a project that's being run out of any one division. It's being run at the ET level. And we're doing a ton of change management and getting buy-in from the division or the utility as a whole. We're doing these assessments, all of the things that we can to make sure people understand what's coming and why it's coming and what the potential benefit is. But we're also being realistic about it. You know, as Frank mentioned last presentation too, is that there's just a cost to doing business. And so we're not gonna try to inflate some big ROI here or that there's gonna be magic that comes at the end of this. The other thing that I think is significantly different than the past is we've made some decisions about the tool already. We know it has to be utility specific. It has to be enterprise class. Like I said, in some of those statistics, when you're tracking $1 billion of assets, you can't do it with a mid-range piece of software. You need something that's enterprise class. We need to maintain this idea of commercial off the shelf where we're not customizing source code, that we're just configuring the application to meet our needs. And it has to be supportable. And by supportable, we have to be able to afford to run it. We have to have staff that we can attract to continue to manage it. And we have to be able to lean into consultants where it's appropriate. And if you remember back to June, those are some of those guiding principles, right? And that we talked about and that I thought were important. And then lastly, from an execution phase, we have to have dedicated eWeb resources. We're building teams in IS already, and I know the other executives are thinking about their departments and their divisions about how they can resource this so people can be dedicated to the effort and not have to do their day job and also work on this project. We've got utility expert program management that we've partnered with SurePower, who is not an implementation partner and they're not a product seller. They are an advisor to help us navigate these waters because it's not something that we do every day. And we're developing disciplined governance framework, and that's both during the project as well as post-project go live that we maintain this disciplined governance framework. And so now we know the how, hopefully, right? And so, Holly, let's go ahead and move to the next slide. And so really what's next? We're going to continue the change management process throughout. We've completed the assessment, and this is where we're going to start looking at going out for doing the request for proposals. And we're going to do this in a calculated order, in that we're going to select the product and then we'll select the implementation partner because we want a partner who's an expert in that product. We're going to continue building and developing our governance framework. And then for the board, what we plan to do is, as we get these contracts negotiated and as we work through these things, that we'll bring those back in on consent for your approval once we've gone through the RFP process and move that forward. And so my hope is that I can provide you enough information in these meetings, and then we can have some obviously available for questions as those consents come in, but I want you to be armed with as much data and knowledge about this as you can be as we move forward. And so that was it for me. I tried to go fast. I know you got an action-packed meeting, President Schlossberg.
All right, so you're probably looking for some questions at this point or comments, is that right?
Yeah, whatever I can answer for you, or Yeah, I don't have to be put on the hot seat. That's fine too, but happy to answer any questions or clarify anything that I need to.
Great. Well, does anybody have any questions or comments for Travis? Go ahead, John.
Just a quick question about outside resources. I know that we're challenged in other areas of expertise in the utility industry, and having been through WHAM and KUBRA and all these other things when we've gone to massive changes, are you concerned at all about being able to retain the professional services that you need to implement this?
I'm not, and the reason I'm not is because the list of applications out there that meet our guiding principles are going to put a limit to where the people that are going to respond are going to be able to respond and help us through end to end. I'm confident in that.
Yeah, sorry, my food is being delivered to me, so I'm momentarily distracted.
Lucky you.
Does anybody else have anything else that they would like to say? Yes, Matt.
Thanks for the presentation here, Travis. This is really helpful, and I appreciate the warm up that you gave us in June. The kind of building information and continuity for us in educating us is much appreciated. If you were to pull out your crystal ball, do you think we'll have a cost for a transition like this again in the future? Do you expect, I mean, it's been many years since we've done a transition like this, but would you anticipate that we'll probably bump into the same thing 20 years from now?
You know, I that's a tough question, and it's a question, right? And so when we've talked to our consultants and when I've done research and my team has done research, we're really looking at this product as a 20-year product. And again, the reason that we're doing this in the way we are is that as the system gets upgraded and maintained, and it happens across the board, right? So we don't have to worry about doing a customer information system and then an asset management system. And so we're in this constant influx of upgrades. I kind of look at it like they say about painting the Golden Gate Bridge, right? You start at one end and go to the other end, and then you start right back over. And that's kind of where we would be if we continue down this disparate path. And so what I'm looking at is that this is a 20-year solution, and it'll be kept and updated and maintained as we go.
Yeah, thanks. And I feel like I should know this, but I don't. This includes an update to our billing software. Is that true?
It would, yes.
Okay, great. It feels like that has been a barrier to a number of changes in the organization in the past. So it feels like that would be great.
Yep, and it's actually that's that piece that's targeted as number one. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. Given the immense amount of resources that Eweb manages and the essential nature of all these systems, frankly, the additional cost over a few years that you've outlined here seems really worthwhile. So I appreciate you making it clear to us, you know, what this looks like over time, the expense over time, and I'm glad that we're moving this direction. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, Frank.
President Schlossberg, sorry, I got cut off. I had some network trouble, so I just rejoined. I was going to say, you know, it's interesting. This is a really significant project or group of projects for the utility. For some context, during the 6 years that Travis is referring to, where we might invest $20 million or $25 million or 30, I don't know exactly the number, where all this will wash out. During that same time, our budgets will be over $2.3 billion. And so just to give it a little bit of context as to the amount of assets and the fact that if we had a market cap, we'd be a $2 billion organization, and we're spending, you know, 1 or 2% in total on our information systems is actually pretty sort of surprising if you think about the level of investment there. So these are absolutely our cash registers and the things that are necessary to run the organization. Thanks.
John Borofsky.
Thank you. Thank you, Travis. So I guess one of my questions would be, into which bucket does the AMI fall? And putting all of that information, is that in customer information, asset managements? Where does that fall in this timeline?
Yeah, so the AMI project in and of itself is definitely going to stay separate from this, and our data, the way that lives from the AMI perspective, is separate. Where the data does come in is during the customer portion of it. And this is based on this recommendation. It would come in that, if you want to call it phase 1 or year 2022 is where we would start to consume that meter data into this solution. So then that gives all of that information about the customer all in one central location.
Okay, yeah, so that's what I'm interested in, because, you know, when I was reading the electrification report that we had later, a lot of the things that were key to the community being able to electrify depends on using the data from the AMIs, you know, to help us decide when we want to charge our cars, to decide which transformers are being used more and more by doing all those types of things. And so I want to make sure that that is rolled into this and on early, so that we have a lot of good working time on that when we do need to implement those, you know, so we know which transformers are getting higher loads and all of those types of things. So that's early on in the process. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
And then that data, from what you were telling me earlier, or what you said, was that there'd be dedicated people in each department that will know how to use that data. You're not just going to dump it and say, okay, we know what John Jones is using at Kincaid Street, but there will be people in the transformer department that'll decide, oh, well, we need to work on these, or we need to, you know, let these customers know it's going to be cheaper to charge at this time and that time. There's going to be dedicated staff in each department that will be able to use this data. Is that what I'm understanding?
So I am providing the data for sure. Thanks, Frank.
Yeah, I'll bail you out a little bit. There's a couple of ways that this feeds in, Commissioner Borofsky. So the AMI meters do have their own data management system, and that's actually where a lot of the data comes from the meters. That can go several different locations. If you're wanting to use that for customer purposes, for example, for billing purposes, that links into the customer information system where we do our pricing and time of use and then those programs. And that's one of those both are very early in the process. If we want to actually use that for other kinds of infrastructure systems or infrastructure decisions, then that can either be interfaced with the MDM itself, the meter data management system itself, or in an asset, then feed into the asset system, which is also where you could make some of those decisions. I don't think that we look at this as separate data managers within departments. We are going to have to be able to convert that data into useful information, and that's going to have to become integral in what those departments do anyway. So we won't have some separate, oh, you're a data extractor, or we're going to have to be able to do that within the scope of what the departments do. So yes, it'll be permeated throughout the organization to make it most useful, but it will appear in lots of different departments depending on the use of the data. And Travis's group is helping disperse and massage and communicate and acquire that data so that it can be used.
Right, and that's what I'm hoping for. Is, you know, I don't want us to just be able to collect a bunch of data and then not be able to utilize it to its fullest extent. You know, if we're spending this money to do all of these things, that these great tools, you know, I want the people who can utilize those tools to, one, know how to utilize them, and two, be able to access them, you know. And that's the important part that I hope will come out of this.
Yeah, that's a really important part, and that's why for one that we would choose an integrated resource, an ERP kind of solution, is that those are more integrated across all the different functions of the utility.
Yeah, Sonia.
Well, Travis, thank you for thinking about that question and delving into it a bit more. I certainly love hearing that that's, you know, something that you're thinking about. It gives me it helps me sleep at night knowing that those kind of things and how we implement, you know, and had failures in the past, you know, we won't have that. So thank you for that. I also wanted to say that I was a little bit surprised about the billing portion. So are customers going to have to redo the auto pay, logging into the customer service portal and all of that again? We just went through that whole process and it was really ugly, and I got many calls about it. So I thought that was like the first phase of this, and then once we got through that piece, we weren't going to have to do it again. So I'm surprised to hear this.
Yeah, so the portal is actually an interface into the billing system, if you want to look at it that way. So it's not the billing system in and of itself. And so what we'll do is when we replace CIS and put a new billing system in, we'll have Milestone come back and help us reintegrate their portal with the new system. And so short answer, no, the customers will not have to go back and go through a new portal. Where the data comes from will just change. It will go from the old 20-year-old CIS to the modern system that we can then use modern tools to communicate.
Okay, good. So they're not going to have to go through the whole onboarding process again and all of that. Perfect. Okay,
unless you would like to, unless you would like them to, and then we could create that. No, it's
not even fun.
The intent of going to a more modern platform, which was part of this sort of rough, difficult transition for some customers, was so that it was a modern platform and we could make the next one really transparent to customers.
That's what I thought. So I was just, I had to get some clarification there. Little heartbeat here. All right, thank you.
I just have one comment, and I really appreciate the way that you're framing this, Travis. Instead of, it seems like in the past we've thought a little bit differently about information systems, but this is really kind of on par with a lot of our, like the electric and the water. I guess what I'm trying to say is the way that you're presenting it, how it's integrated, makes a lot more sense. I feel like in the past, at least the way I've understood it, is a little bit more of a standalone, but you kind of showed how integral it is in everything that we do. So anyway, just thank you for the way that you framed it.
Good. Yeah, thanks for the feedback. That's very helpful.
Okay, so I think, does anyone have anything else for Travis? No. Okay, so thank you very much, Travis.
Thank you.
So on our agenda, we're at the break, but we're running a little bit ahead of time, and I'm just wondering if people want to go to the next agenda item, which is about 20 minutes long, and it's about the property, and then take our break, or if people are wanting a break now. So if you want a break now, maybe raise your hand. I don't see any hand. Oh, I have one hand raised, two hand raised. Okay, well then we will go ahead and take our 5-minute break now, and we will come back at 7:09. All right. That felt like the fastest break ever. Okay. We are now on agenda item number 12, which is the Eweb headquarter property solicitation process.
So President Schlossberg, I'm going to turn it over to Ann Kaw, and then we have really a very simple directional, need some very simple direction from the board. So Ann, you want to take this part away?
Thank you, General Manager Lawson. Good evening, Commissioners. In your background materials, we outlined the legal and Eweb policy parameters for disposing of the headquarters property. The memo described two potential paths forward for the board to discuss this evening. The first option describes a process with intent to focus on attracting beneficial public use. Such a process could be used if the board is open to considering the exploration of creative solutions and perhaps more accommodating terms to attract public and community organizations who might need some help overcoming financial hurdles. By choosing this approach, the process could be less formal and offer greater flexibility for qualitative assessment, although this type of process may draw scrutiny because of its lack of structure. The second option is intended to attract the broadest range of proposals from both public and private entities concurrently, using an RFP process similar to the one used by 4J School District for Civic Stadium. In this scenario, we would develop and strictly adhere to defined criteria and scoring method. In either case, the board can evaluate proposals based on both their social and economic merits. We're seeking Commissioners' input tonight, as it will be very helpful as we develop a step-by-step process for a draft solicitation. Understanding which of the two options the board prefers, as well as any key factors that are important to you, will help us bring back the best process to you in January for consideration and refinements. Lastly, if the board wishes to appoint a board liaison to participate with the general manager and staff in the evaluation of proposals, we can add this to the roster for discussion during the board's annual business meeting, which will also occur in January. And that's all I have. This agenda item is really more about listening, so I'll turn it back over to the board for your comments.
Great, thank you, Ann. Is there anybody that would like to go first with questions or comments? I think, John Brown, you're raising your hand, but it's out of the screen.
You got me. Thank you. Well, I have a legal question before I chime in on this, and Frank, can you tell me where I should go with this, because I want to make sure there's no conflict of interest. Because if this determined that this property is going to be sold in the open market, there's a possibility I could bring a buyer. I mean, I brought Phillips to Eweb and had to step aside, and is you know, I don't know how you as an organization are going to structure that, but we get paid very handsomely when we do transactions of this size. And I want to make sure that if I were, by my participating in this process, does that excuse me from participating if I bought a buyer and said they want to give you 15 or 20 million bucks for this property? I can't be part of it, or do you want to wait to weigh in on that later?
I can do a little bit further research, but in general, Commissioner Brown, I want to say that you cannot play both sides. You cannot play both sides of the equation. You could recluse yourself from this process if you felt like there was opportunities outside of your work as a board member. That would have to be done actually early in the process. When I say early, probably prior to the point where we're weighing in with the board on the criteria, just to avoid the fact that you might know some of the buyers. So we would want to do that sooner rather than later. But I can get more specifics for you as far as what that would look like. When Ann Codd described the second approach to this, where there's actually a criteria developed, and she mentioned a board liaison. we want to make sure that we're clear between what the role of a liaison would be versus the role of a board subcommittee, which is much different. A liaison or two could participate with staff to develop what that criteria is and what the process is, and then be a representative back to the board. You're a liaison back to the board. That is different from an independent subcommittee, even of two, which would require the public process be adhered to. So all of the, even with two, if you had a subcommittee, you'd have to have public meetings with public notice and that type of thing. So to answer your question, again, Commissioner Brown, I think we'd have to work through some of those details, but it would, eventually you would have to decide whether you would represent the Eweb board or whether you would represent a client.
Okay, well, I'd just like to make that declaration right now. I would rather participate on the Eweb board part. Yeah, I'm kind of winding down my career, and I helped with Civic Stadium, and I just helped Springfield Schools sell their headquarters, and so I've got a lot of experience with doing that. And you know, I don't have to have my fingers in everything in the world, and so I'm just going to say that if I'm involved, it's going to be to help Eweb maximize the value and still meet the values of the consensus of the board and whatever. So I'm not going to be participating on the private sector side or even on the public sector side, because I do represent several governmental agencies that probably would have an interest. But as long as there's no present or future contemplated financial interest in this, I think I'm going to be okay. I just wanted to make sure that it's out there in the open and on the record.
Thank you. Commissioners, just so you're clear, where we're asking for direction on tonight is sort of option A or option B. Option B being the development of a kind of an RFP process. Option A is a little bit more nebulous, and it would be with certain kinds of entities, and it would be a lot more informal. And we would like to get your direction on whether you would rather go with option A or option B.
Yeah, Sonia.
I'm curious about kind of when you say strictly adhere to defined criteria and scoring, does that mean that we get to the end of that process, whatever pops out on top, that's it, and that's what we go with?
Well, the scoring includes a number of criteria, and it includes the, price would be one of those. How much is price worth versus how much is various purposes that might be involved there. It is pretty common that if you stray from whoever is ranked the highest, which includes price, you could start the process entirely over again, but you'd have to have a pretty good reason why you would go with choice number 2 or choice number 3. It's not absolute if they're very close, but if you do have a strict process, you would have to stick to that.
I guess my challenge in picking from point A or from option A and option B, when you say nebulous, that already turns me off of it. But I do want to make sure that the community organizations, we've had this underlying want to work with public and community organizations and really use this space to for the community's benefit. It's such a unique space that I don't want that to be thrown aside, but I do want to make sure that we give clear criteria and timelines and expectations to any of these community organizations that might be interested in it around how they can be involved and how they might do that. Because I think there's definitely, from some of the community organizations I've talked to, they don't know what the process looks like, and I think we're developing it together, so it's going to be some time.
The hope would be that if the board was leaning toward the second option, for example, developing an RFP process, we will come back to the board with a very specific time frame and process layout. So that all of the various entities and the board work, we would work together on what that process looks like, how we would develop their criteria potential criteria and things like that, and then there would be really well laid out, well advertised kinds of timeframes. The first option, when I don't mean to say nebulous, it's a little more unstructured in the sense that you're looking for you look at we solicit ideas. The board can have a little more of a free flow as to what they want to do, which also opens up for criticism as well, which is kind of the downside. Why'd you pick that one over that one? And I would describe it as a little bit more of a direct negotiations kind of process, whereas the second one's an RFP and laid out a little bit more formally.
One last question then on the RFP side, because having strict, timelines, while helpful, I also wonder how soon those are, because if we go through that that pathway, I don't want it to exclude the community organizations that maybe don't do this all the time. I mean, if you're looking at the real estate market at large, folks in that space, they may be able to really, put together these proposals very quickly and jump on it, where some of the community organizations, and I know that we said during the last meeting that we didn't want it to wait forever and drag on, but I also recognize, we're going to be in that building for 18 months, roughly. So I just want to make sure that it's not kind of all right, well, if we do our RFP, then it's going to exclude them because they're not as sophisticated to move it out quickly.
Yeah, I think the intent, Commissioner Carlson, when we come back with whatever direction you give us tonight in January, that's part of the discussion, is that, what are, and it's not necessarily something that is done in isolation, that we can test the market, so to say, to see if some of those agencies can respond within the timeframes that we're asking for. Mm-hmm. And that's a piece that the board would certainly want to weigh in on, because it would either open up or narrow down the potential market for the building.
Okay. Then I guess the last thing then I'll just say is that, I support more of the request proposal side, as long as we can put certain parameters on there that can work for all the entities. Thank you.
All right, I feel like John Brown might jump out of his seat in a minute if we don't give him a turn, and then after him will be John Borofsky.
Oh, thank you, and I apologize I just didn't know when it was my time. But anyhow, having been through this, I just would want to give the board some comment from history. It just depends on how much appetite you have for this, because the majority of your meetings are going to have to be an executive session. And it took us 9 years to sell Civic Stadium. We still haven't completed the transaction on the YMCA, and we're working on 7 years. These things take a long time, and it's subjective. When you turn around and say, is a science center more important than a history museum and an art museum? Or is $15 million more important to the ratepayers? Because when we declared everything surplus, we kind of made a pledge that we were going to use this money to retire debt when we built the rock. So there's a lot of things involved, and how much appetite does this board have for how much time you want to put into it? Because when you get somebody get in there and they have a great proposal and everything, but they don't have money, and they have to go to the legislature and get money, and they have to do fundraising, they have to do grant funding. It's very time consuming. And how much lobbying do you want to subject yourself to? Because you will get lobbied by special interest groups. But I too want to make sure that we maximize the value of this asset. Nobody will ever be able to replicate this on the river again. It's an incredible asset. I think it ought to be a community asset, but I think we ought to be very careful with how we do this time-wise and value-wise. I mean, look at the stop and go we did on selling the 17 acres. First it was a university, and then they backed out after a year. And then we had 3 proposals, and then we went with Williams and Dame on the second one, but we had 3 very viable options, and we have differences of opinion and value that vary by $15 million. So it took, I don't know how many $1 million to get through that process and how many years. And so I just want to make sure you're all aware of what we're entering into. And so I think we have to have, in my opinion, have some pretty good sideboards on this. And I'm gonna defer to others to let you guys figure out what you want to do. And once you decide that, then I'll help you in any way I can, because I want to make sure that we do the best for the ratepayers in the community.
All right, John Borofsky.
Thank you, and thank you for that, Commissioner Brown. Yeah, I'm leaning towards option 2, the formal request for proposal, and I'm leaning that way for a number of reasons. One, just to the transparency, the defined criteria, whatever we decide that criteria is, gives everybody a fair shot at coming up with the best proposal. I think that if we design the RFP correctly, we can build into it the values that we want to see this property morph into, you know, and we can put community values in there. We can morph it so that it's not just weighted on the dollar amount, but I also agree that the dollar amount should be something that we consider, and the ability to get funding and those types of things in a timely manner. These are all things that can be put forward into an RFP. I've had the opportunity to help develop a few RFPs for the city for some affordable housing projects, and also been involved in scoring RFPs in the same type of a thing for some community development dollars that went out there. So if we do go that way, I would be up to be one of the commissioners if that's chosen to be on the evaluation team. So that's where I'm leaning, is formal RFP, make it clean, make it very easy for the people to access it, and then come up with our values as a commission as to what we would like to see done with that property.
Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, President Schlossberg. I have a couple of questions. Commissioner Brown just mentioned that we at some point had obligated ourselves to selling this building to retire debt. I'm curious how firm that obligation was to ourselves. I assume it's not legal, or maybe it is. I guess that's the first question.
It is not a legal obligation, Commissioner McCray. When we built the Roosevelt Operations Center, the board at that time indicated that part of the financing for that would come from the sale of the headquarters building. At this point in time, we would do what we do with any influx of cash, and that would be to use it for its highest and best uses. It could be to retire other debt, it could be for rate stabilization, it could be whatever the board decides, but that is not a legal obligation.
Right. Okay. Have we made other obligations to ourselves, or have past boards made other suggestions about how this building could or should be used? Otherwise,
the only thing that I have heard during my prior to, well, I'll say since 2010, since I've been attending board meetings in various capacities, is that the board understands the value of this building and the potential it has for some kind of public purpose. Whether that public purpose is to get it back on the tax rolls, as I think one commissioner mentioned last meeting, or whether it's for some educational purpose or some other kind of social purpose, is yet to be determined. But I think all of the boards have mentioned that this is a really unique site, and that it would be preferred to sell it into a capacity that benefited the community at large. That's what I've heard.
Great, thanks. And my last question, I believe we made this an offer to the city of Eugene if they wanted to purchase it. Can you confirm that? And then have we offered it to any other entities, or is that the only entity?
So we actually did not offer it to the city of Eugene.
Okay.
The city of Eugene, under the city code, has a first right to negotiate, is what I would, how I would classify it. They have not expressed interest. There was various back and forth with the city through a number of years, actually. That was the city with the sale, the entering of the purchase and sale agreement for the MGP site has relinquished their first right of negotiation. So we do have the right now to offer it to anybody, but we haven't offered it to anybody because this needs to be a formal process. This is what we're talking about now. This is the next step.
Okay, great. Thanks for the clarification there. All right, so my feedback then. I appreciate Commissioner Borowski's offer to be on the evaluation team. I don't feel like I would have the time to commit to that. So if we do put together a team, I don't think I'm the right person. And I do feel like it sounds like the rest of the board's on the same page that going the route of an RFP would be.
I do have one thing that I need to check on legally, because the board is actually the decision maker. I don't know if the board can legally actually board members can be on the evaluation team and the approving team at the same time. So that's something I need to look into legally.
Okay.
So but you could have a liaison, for example. So Commissioner Borowski could be a liaison to the process. But since he would have a final approving vote, I don't believe he could be one of the evaluators per se. But
right. Sorry, I mixed up the terms there.
That's a clarification we'll have to make between now and January when we define the process further.
Okay, great. Thank you.
My question is actually to John Brown, if that's okay if I ask you, John. I'm really curious because you've had a lot more experience with this than I think any of us have. And well, my first question is, like, how do we, I would love for you to just share, not right now maybe, but just share more of your thoughts through the processes that you've been through and what some of the pitfalls have been, or how to avoid some of the things that have like taken so much longer. I guess what I'm wondering is, how can we capitalize on your experience because staff will be advising staff, but staff will be driving this.
Well, but just be real brief, Mindy, thank you. I think the civic process ended up, I mean, it's wonderful. Look what we got. We, nothing against Fred Meyer, but we got a really cool community asset. But it was controversial and everything else, and it took a long time. But there's a very clear, and I provided it to staff, criteria where and Eric DeFriest was counsel for 4J at the time, so I think Frankie has experience with who can participate and who can't. But long story short, the criteria, the price was one, preservation of the stadium was one, community benefit was one, tax revenue to the district was a criteria, and they each had certain points. But at the end of the day, I can't discuss why they made the decision and everything else because it was done in executive session, but they made what I believe was the right decision and ended up with it. But I'll go into detail of some of the pitfalls of my experiences, because I don't want this. I do not want to have this be a 3 to 5 or even a 1 year process. I want to get it in and get it done, because it costs us $300 grand a year to mothball this thing. And if people want it, we need to get it back functioning like it should be. It's a public building. And so I'd be volunteering to join the other John B on a liaison if there's not a conflict, and if I can do that. I've got some experience, so I'd be more than glad to do that. And I'll send an email out to Frank and Ann, and then they can distribute it or edit it to say what my experiences have been and what's worked and what hasn't worked.
Great, that would be really helpful to me. And I know in some of the pre-meeting questions, I think I'd asked about this, and you sent there's a link on the 4J website where we can look and see what their process was. I'm wondering, are we going to get anything else from Eweb, or should we just look at the website to get that information?
President Schlossberg, the link on the website for 4J does contain everything you would possibly want to know about their process, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to look into that further for you.
And also the second option, the request for proposal is similar to their process. So I would hope that we could streamline it, that we could create the appropriate criteria to be able to do that. One of those obviously is timing and the financial capacity, but that can be defined in the process. But it's very close to the RFP process that we're describing. There's just a lot more stuff out there that you could peruse through if you want to.
They've been very generous with what they've shared on their website, right down to the scoring that they use. So it'll be a wonderful model for us.
Great. Thank you. Sonia, I see you keep raising your hand.
Sorry, I wanted to just check in on the kind of the liaison evaluation team. Would they be creating the criteria only? And then would the board then have a chance to weigh in, like they take the first stab at it, or would what gets developed with that gets adopted and everything is kind of set from there, and then we just get the projects that meet that criteria? Can you talk a little bit about that process?
Commissioner Carlson, the board will be involved in lots of these steps. So the liaisons could be part of the development of the criteria, but then we wouldn't formalize the criteria or the process before coming back to the board for feedback and either endorsement or approval, depending on kind of what our formal process would look like. The liaisons, you'll be involved in a lot of the steps. I guess I'll just say it that way. The liaisons will be part of the working meetings with Eweb staff and part of those discussions, but there'll be regular and multiple check-ins with the board. You won't just be brought a bunch of projects and say, here's our number one, here's our number two, here's our number three. It'll be a lot more transparent than that.
Okay. Before the other two had jumped in, I was willing to serve on it as well, but I know we only need two, so I can defer and then just be actively participating in the the rest of the proposal process.
I think we should be TBD on who those liaisons are, and we don't have to decide right now, I don't think, right, Frank?
That's correct.
Yeah.
I would suspect that when we come back in January, President Schlossberg, that's when we would want to know who the liaisons are going to be. And we will write the liaisons into the processes. We'll just call them liaison 1 and liaison 2. And we'll.
Great. So maybe we'll hold off on choosing those, if that's okay with everybody. And so it sounds like there's what I'm hearing is more leaning towards the RFP process. Is that everybody else's understanding? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, commissioners. That's what we needed.
Great. Thank you very much. It's kind of amazing to me the scope and breadth of our work on this board. Which is a great segue into our next agenda item, the Electrification Impact Analysis Reports. Final results from Phase 2.
Yep,
Great, yeah, I'll kick us off, thanks. Good evening, commissioners. I'm Megan Capper, Energy Resources Manager. And in August, Ben Ulrich and I were in front of you to discuss the preliminary results of the second phase of our electrification impact study. We're back in front of you to share the final results of this effort. So next slide, please. I'm going to start off with some reminders. We did 2 studies looking at possible outcomes if there was future electrification of small passenger vehicles and building and space and water heating. Our original objective hasn't changed. It's to understand the likelihood, degree, and pace of electrification in support of our planning efforts. We're not endorsing any action. This is just to help us understand the drivers around how our customers use electricity and its carbon impacts to prepare us to make future decisions and understand the opportunities around products and services and rate design. As soon as we get the okay from you, we will put the final touches on the draft report and start preparing for our 2022 Integrated Resource Plan. Next slide, please. In both studies, we looked specifically at electric conversion of existing residential and commercial buildings. In the first study, we assumed adoption or conversion rates were at a low, medium, and high level. Under those assumptions, we learned over time that there's an impact at high adoptions on our peak load, and we affirmed carbon savings with electrification. What we didn't know is how these outcomes could change if we were to look at the benefit cost impact on adoption rates. So this year we looked at cost, how the economics drives adoption rates. We added some sensitivities around the cost of electricity, gasoline, natural gas, and equipment. And we also looked at this from three perspectives, that of the participant or consumer, Eweb at large, and then the society perspective. In July, we talked to you about just the base case results for residential buildings and electric vehicles. The base case is defined at what's most likely to occur under status quo, so it's current legislation today. And since we have studied the small office subset of commercial buildings and looked at all the results under an aggressive carbon scenario, this scenario assumes more rapid decarbonization across all sectors as a result of regulations or mandates. So I'm going to hand it off to Ben now to share with you our final results.
Great. All right, thanks, Megan. So Megan briefly touched on the methodology, and we went into a lot more detail in the 60+ page report that was provided as part of your background materials. And so tonight I'm just going to cover the high-level conclusions from our study, and I'm going to cover them on this first slide before we move into some more detail on the following slides. So one of the reasons we look at electrification is for the potential carbon reduction benefits, and a key conclusion of our study is that all the electrification measures we studied reduce carbon emissions over their equipment lifetime, whether it's electric vehicles, water heating, or space heating. Based on the economics, we concluded that EV and water heating electrification were the most likely forms of electrification we would see in the next 20 years. And in fact, our economic analysis supported higher levels than even in phase 1 under the high scenario. For space heating, we found that consumer-driven space heating electrification was more conditional and less likely based on the economics. Under the base case assumptions, without incentives or mandates, we would anticipate very low levels of electrification. However, in the aggressive carbon reduction scenario, we did see higher levels of space heating electrification. We also discovered that different space heating heat pump technologies have different trade-offs for the utility and for customers. We also found, based on the impacts to Eweb, that managing EV charging behavior was Eweb's largest peak mitigation opportunity. And we found that the utility consistently benefits from electrification, and that our ratepayers at large can see financial benefits if customers choose to electrify. Lastly, we found that Eweb's incentives and our rate design can influence customers' electrification choices by changing the financial benefits and costs of electrifying. Next slide, please. So let's talk about carbon reduction. Today, approximately 90% of Eweb's power comes from carbon-free resources. As a result, electrification provides a way for Eweb customers to switch from fossil-based fuels like gasoline and natural gas to electrify to reduce their carbon footprint. For Eweb, this transition could have long-lasting impacts on the demand for electricity, and the board wanted to explore the potential impacts to the utility, both understanding the carbon reduction potential as well as the average and peak energy impacts to the utility. Phase 2 of our study concluded that all of the electrification measures do in fact reduce carbon. In addition, the study helps us understand the likelihood of these potential carbon reductions based on our economic analysis. In the chart, you can see the annual carbon emissions from Eugene's Climate Action Plan. The historical trends are in black, and the City of Eugene's carbon reduction goals are illustrated with that solid green line, which declines to the right. The carbon reduction benefits of electrification in our expected or base case scenario are shown here in orange. This represents a 45% reduction in our 2017 emissions and is primarily caused by significant EV adoption under the base case. This shows that electrification by itself does provide meaningful carbon reduction, but it should also be noted that electrification is just part of a bigger decarbonization strategy. And our study scope doesn't look at all possible electrification. For example, we didn't look at industrial process electrification. This chart also does not include other pillars of economy-wide decarbonization work, like increasing building energy efficiency or reductions in non-combustion greenhouse gases like methane leaks. This chart is just intended to illustrate the role that electrification can play. The green dotted line, which is shown below the orange, is our aggressive carbon reduction scenario. This is where multiple sectors decarbonize, including the natural gas sector. This scenario assumes that over 50% of the natural gas supply would come from renewable natural gas, or RNG, by 2040. It should be noted that this scenario estimates higher levels of building electrification because decarbonization of the natural gas sector is anticipated to increase natural gas prices, making electrification more financially beneficial. This scenario would be a 60% reduction in total emissions. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the study gives us a sense of how likely electrification would be by analyzing the financial benefits and costs of electrifying. And this table shows the estimated amounts of electrification and the average and peak energy impacts to the utility, and was included in the full report. But this slide's a little busy, so can you hit next, please? The slide's a busy table, so I'm going to try and break it up into sections to illustrate some of our conclusions. Both scenarios we studied showed high levels of consumer-driven transportation electrification and water heating electrification. Water heating is much less impactful to Eweb due to the low energy use, whereas the impacts of EV adoption are much larger due to very high levels of electrification of light-duty vehicles. By 2040, between 85% and 95% of the vehicles on the road could be electric based on our economic analysis. Assuming unmanaged charging behavior, this could add up to 30% to our 1 in 10 peak loads. Although this EV transition is faster and more than we anticipated in phase 1 of the study, this transition is anticipated to be slow in the next 10 years as the electric vehicle market matures. Next, please. For buildings, space heating electrification was much more conditional based on the assumptions that we used. Our economic analysis concluded that consumer-driven space heating electrification was less likely due to lack of financial benefits for the participating consumers under our base case scenarios. However, in the aggressive carbon reduction scenario, the benefits improved and adoption increased to 50% by 2040. We showed a range of potential peak impacts between 1 and 12% to illustrate that the type of heat pump our customers choose will play an important role for Eweb. The different heat pumps we studied have trade-offs between upfront costs, carbon reduction, and peak energy use. Standard performance heat pumps have the least cost and lowest efficiency of the models that we studied. And that's especially true during peak periods when the standard performance heat pump switches over to backup electric resistance heating. Cold climate heat pumps have much higher upfront costs to the customers, but are very efficient and contribute less to Eweb's peaks. Dual fuel heat pumps have a slightly higher cost to the customer compared to standard performance heat pumps, but they have very little impact on our winter peak electricity use because the units will switch over to natural gas when the temperatures dip below freezing. If mandates or other influences improve the likelihood of space heating electrification, influencing our customers' heat pump technology choices may be a peak mitigation opportunity for the utility. Next, please. Because EV adoption is the most likely based on economics and impactful for the utility, the study concluded that managing EV charging behavior will be Eweb's largest peak mitigation opportunity in the years to come. The peak impacts from managed charging behavior are nearly 40% less than unmanaged charging behavior. The key to managing this charging behavior is to shift EV charging away from Eweb's existing 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. system peaks. This can be done by increasing public and workplace charging access during the middle of the day. Increasing public or shared charging infrastructure can also be helpful for people without access to home charging, like customers who live in apartments. Eweb can also mitigate peak impacts by encouraging customers who do charge at home to shift their EV charging to after 10 p.m. at night. They can do this by either using their electric vehicle's built-in settings or a level 2 charger programmed to charge at night. Luckily, Eweb is already engaged in some of this peak mitigation work. Recently, customer solutions staff presented plans for the upcoming year, which include funding the expansion of workplace and public charging infrastructure, including DC fast charging infrastructure. These plans also include continuation of Eweb's level 2 charger rebate, which can help our customers shift their vehicle charging to after 10 p.m. at night. Next slide, please. The next slide shows the electrification scorecard for the base case that was included in the full report. We also provided this scorecard for the aggressive carbon reduction scenario. But again, this scorecard is fairly detailed, so I want to highlight some key conclusions. Can you advance the slide, please? The participant perspective illustrates that some electrification opportunities studied have a financial benefit to customers choosing to electrify, whereas others do not have a financial benefit. For example, under the base case scenario, a cold climate heat pump has a net cost to the participant, shown as a red circle here. This represents a barrier to adoption of cold climate heat pumps and indicates that this particular measure is not very likely based on economics. Under the aggressive carbon reduction scenario, all space heating electrification for single-family dwellings was considered beneficial and therefore more likely. That's why we saw higher levels of adoption under the aggressive carbon reduction scenario. This again illustrates that space heating was much more sensitive to our assumptions and conditional. Next, please. A consistent finding, though, under both scenarios was that the utility, or Eweb ratepayers at large, consistently benefit from electrification, meaning that the Eweb ratepayer benefits even if they're not the person who chooses to electrify. This indicates that there could be opportunities to share utility benefits with the electrifying participant, and perhaps even find a break-even point where all perspectives can be net beneficiaries. However, it should also be noted that in our sensitivity analysis, we found that increased electricity supply costs do pose a risk to affordability and these utility benefits. The study assumed that electrification would be supplied with marginal electricity supply costs, like market rate energy and system-wide averages for transmission and distribution costs. But if enough electrification was added to our system, any headroom or available capacity that we have today could be used up, creating a need for Eweb to purchase additional resources or invest in peak mitigation programs or build additional transmission and distribution infrastructure. So maintaining affordability and mitigating the risks of increased electricity supply costs may require Eweb to make adjustments to the electrification strategy over time. If done effectively, Eweb can find opportunities to benefit customers from all three perspectives while mitigating these risks. Next slide, please. So our next conclusion is that Eweb incentives can influence our customers' choices. This chart, this graphic on the screen here is the benefit cost analysis for a single family dwelling looking to electrify with a heat pump water heater. Eweb's incentive programs can influence customer choices by making electrification more appealing. Without incentives, electrifying with a heat pump water heater would be a net cost of $317 to the participant over the equipment lifetime. You can see that number on the left side of the screen here. Can you advance the slide, please? However, Eweb's existing energy and efficiency incentive tips the scale by transferring $800 of utility benefit to the participant through a rebate. In this water heating example, there could have been a break-even point at $317. But I think this just illustrates the challenge of finding the right break-even points where both perspectives can be beneficiaries and still incentivize the participant to change their behavior. In this example, when the utility shares all of their net benefits with the participant, the utility perspective can be harmed, especially if electricity supply costs are higher than is anticipated. But for single-family dwellings, both standard performance heat pumps and dual fuel heat pumps have a break-even point where both the utility and participants could share benefits and both benefit from electrification. This implies that there may be an incentive opportunity for those two technologies. Next slide, please. We also found that rate design influences our customer choices. This is a benefit cost analysis summary for a small office looking to electrify space heating with a standard performance heat pump. This small office is assumed to be a commercial customer of Eweb. Eweb's rate structures influence what our customers pay and can send our customers price signals. Eweb's commercial demand charge sends commercial customers a price signal based on their peak energy use during the month. Next slide, or next please. In this benefit cost analysis chart, this bright blue area shows the demand charges that would be paid by a small office choosing to electrify with a standard performance heat pump. For commercial customers choosing electrification, this demand charge is a peak pricing signal and may act as a deterrent to electrification. This demand charge also has program design implications as well, because it can serve as a demand response program for our customers, signaling to the commercial customer that the utility benefits when customers keep their peaks as low as possible. Next, please. As the board considers different rate design ideas in the coming years, this may be something that we want to explore further. Next slide, please. But rate design won't be the only strategic element that the board will be considering in the years to come. The strategic plan also highlights that the integrated resource plan, or IRP, which will inform Eweb's electricity supply planning. As we prepare for the IRP next year, this electrification study has helped us better understand the likelihood of electrification in Eweb's service territory, as well as the potential impacts to the system. For context, this chart shows Eweb's average system load since 2005, and the most recent load forecast, both with and without conservation, illustrated in the blue and red dotted lines. Eweb's average load has declined since 2005, and you can see that in the black line. And electrification, which is shown in green, has the potential to reverse that trend. As we've said previously, this electrification transition is expected to be slow at first, and Eweb's existing conservation programs can help offset some of the impacts of electrification in the next 10 years. By 2030, if EV adoption continues to increase, Eweb could see electricity demand begin to outpace our current conservation assumptions. Going forward, the IRP can help inform the best way to meet this demand. Staff will continue to review our assumptions and use these electrification forecasting tools as we begin to plan for the road ahead. And with that, I'm going to pass it back to Megan. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ben. Before we move to board discussion, I wanted to take a moment to highlight that this electrification work was a team effort for the Power Planning Department. They worked through COVID, technical challenges, childcare issues, and 2 newborns. And I've really never seen a stronger, more dedicated team, including the internal advisory team and communications team, who provided their support and feedback always on short notice. Finally, I wanted to specifically acknowledge Will Price's expertise. He was the architect guiding the analytical work over the last 2 years, and he's going to be retiring at the end of the month, and his team just wants to acknowledge him. He will be sorely missed. So with that, let's move on to discussion and some questions that you may have.
Great. Well, thank you for that. Who would like to start us off with questions? I'm sure this doesn't mean that no one has any questions. Go ahead, Sonia.
I'll jump in. Okay, can we go back to the slide? I think it was the second or maybe the third slide in. It has the comparison of the different regulatory reductions. Back more. There we go, that one. Oop. Okay, there we go. Thank you. So I see that the City of Eugene Climate Recovery Ordinance has significantly, reduced the amount. And I know that it's hard to compare these apples to apples and all that. I really appreciate you putting this on this graph, because reading through the backgrounder with such and such level 20, below 1990 levels, you can't compare it at all. So putting data and comparisons into a chart that has one set number was really helpful. So thank you for putting that on there. I am curious on that climate recovery ordinance. I think they have some assumptions as to how much is Eweb's kind of responsibility to reduce. Is that the case? And if so, where does that fall on this chart? Because the climate recovery ordinance is for the entire city of Eugene. And I think there's a portion of that that is, expected out of Eweb. And maybe I'm wrong. So if I'm wrong, just say so.
Well, I can't recite it off the top of my head, but their inventory, they do have a detailed greenhouse gas inventory that they did, and in that they itemize things, but they do the accounting kind of a different way. So they do show like residential electricity use, for example. They assume that it emits a certain level of carbon emissions. So I didn't break out this chart into those different buckets, like residential versus commercial. But I would say this represents a significant, like the EV adoption represents like eliminating a lot of the transportation sector emissions, because the light duty vehicles are such a significant portion of the carbon emissions. So we might be able to follow up and try and break it out.
I don't expect you to answer it tonight. Just make sure that that is the kind of pathway we're on. And while it's helpful to see where Eugene wants to be, we have so much of our so much of our electricity that is carbon free. Figuring out how we can impact and what we're expected to do and where we want to go. It's just helpful to see where those different systems all line up, because ultimately what I would like to see as a board member is that we have some goals set, and I know we are getting KPIs and there's some discussion there, but to make sure that all of these different entities are working towards the same, and they're not assuming that we're going to be taking X number of tons of carbon more than we are, just to make sure that we're all working together towards the same goal. And it's hard to figure out what that is until we can actually put it in like terms. So if you can bring some of that information back on kind of what the expectation is and where our current KPIs and current goals are set, that comparison will help me figure out what that delta is. Maybe we're already going to hit it, maybe not. Maybe, I just don't know as a board member. So thank you for pointing that.
Commissioner Carlson, I would just weigh in that one of the things that President Schlossberg mentioned in the items from commissioners early on was that we did meet with the city. One of the areas that Sarah Maderi and I are going to work on is where are some of these areas of overlap. Eweb is mentioned dozens of times in the climate action plan, sometimes through actual work and sometimes not. I think what we were trying to really show here was that electrification is very impactful to whatever program you're on, but it's obviously only just one part of it. For example, this does not include energy efficiency. For example, it doesn't include industrial. It doesn't include mass transit. It doesn't include. There's just so many sectors, but this is impactful. But Sarah and I will be doing some reconciliation around where our roles overlap between the city of Eugene and Eweb.
Okay, perfect. And then the other thing that I wanted to just mention briefly, and I can't see the time anymore, so I don't know where I'm at there. Sorry, it's not one of the screens that popped up. I am supportive of incentives for some of the other ductless heat pump, the cold ductless heat pump, where there's a disconnect there. I do wonder when we think about that, if it would be prudent to put maybe a cap on how much we do in any given year, if we think that it's really going to have a significant impact on rate, just given that we have so many different pieces that we're piling on to the rates right now. Or if there are other incentives that we have that maybe don't target as you know, have as much of an impact as others, that maybe those are toned down to focus on the ones that have the biggest impact. Anyway, but I am supportive of looking at that, and it sounds like that's not going to come in this budget cycle so much that it's in future budget cycles, or is that the case?
Yeah, Commissioner Carlson, there's, I think, probably 2 or 3 outcomes of the study. One of them is definitely for our use with the integrated resource plan. We needed to understand one of the questions around consumption patterns, which was electrification, and how that both not just how much, but the pace of it was going to contribute to our resource planning. The other one has to do with rate design and how we do rate design in a way that facilitates things like demand response, peak mitigation, and electrification going forward for that benefits both the utility and the participant. And then the third one is the design of products and services, of which, you know, incentives are part of that. I would suspect that we will get into more of that in both rate design and program design in 2022. Some of that because what Ben showed in his charts were marginal energy benefits for the utility. It didn't include some of the other costs that we would want to make sure that we're covering, so that we don't end up with some unintended consequences with basically a transfer of value. We want to make sure that what he called the break-even point between the participant and Eweb is indeed based on some good numbers and some good assumptions. Once we find that, I don't know that there's much of a limit to the amount of incentive pool that we would create, because it is a break even. So it would eventually pay for itself through recovery of rates and other things. So, but that'll have to be part of that discussion, and I think that'll be a really good one, a beneficial one.
Just real quick, you know, on that break-even point, I don't want to. Don't get me wrong, I want to get as much of these out there as possible, because I very much support carbon reduction. I was just thinking about, you know, sometimes when you limit a resource, it becomes even more valuable, and people, you know, seek it too. So is that kind of mental side of things of, oh, well, there's only so many of these, let's go get them, and encourage it that way. And then also give the utility some, you know, assurance about how far we go. I mean, obviously, in every year, obviously the break-even point is over a much longer term. But
yeah, and there is, even though there's payback, that payback comes over the life of the appliance, and so there's some cash flow implications. But one thing that it also pointed out, and I think even Christopher Jones's comments during public testimony, was one of the things that becomes important is the differential price between natural gas and electricity. And if there's a benefit, if there's a economic return to our competitiveness, I'll call it that, then it will tend to accelerate electrification. If there is not, then it'll tend to be a deterrent. And so we did sensitivity analysis around that, and no surprise, if you see higher electricity prices, then you're going to slow down electrification. And so I think it is important to maintain our competitiveness overall to facilitate electrification throughout, you know, from a participant perspective.
What we really need is the externality to be taxed at the rate, but that's the economist in me talking. Okay, right. I'll turn it back.
And that levels the playing field to that extent. So
John Borofsky.
Thank you. And thank you for all the work on this study. I think it's going to help drive a lot of conversations in the future. And I'm ready for you to take the draft off the front cover and put it as implemented. That's what I'm hoping we can see by the first of next year. Couple of questions for Ben. In the aggressive scenario, did you, there's talk at the city, there's advocates out there that are saying no new natural gas on new construction. Was that considered in the aggressive model, that future development would not have natural gas?
I'll let Frank chime in on this one as well, but we didn't. Our study was really focused on the retrofit of the existing building stock, because that was much larger and more impactful as opposed to a moratorium. Okay, and that's fine. We don't need to go down there. I just didn't know if that was put in as one of the variables of aggressive. The other thing that's stuck out to me, you were talking about the peak demand and the fact that commercial space heating, commercial space heating doesn't have the opportunity to turn on and off like you would plugging in an electric vehicle. You can't heat your commercial building at 2 in the morning till 6 in the morning and turn it off during the day. So that, again, that's something that the benefit is tough to see there. And then the third question that I have goes to the IRP. What I took away from this electrification study was that Eweb has the capacity, even in peak times, to provide power to the community, even under aggressive electrification scenarios. The question that I have is how and where in this analysis are we going to lose the surplus power that we're selling on the open market now because it's going to be eaten up by demand, right? Right now we've got excess power that we sell back and make a pretty good return on investment to our ratepayers. If that's all eaten up, how is that going to be factored into this? Thank you.
So Commissioner Borofsky, I'll answer that. I know that there's a number of pieces to it. So the whole point of the integrated resource plan is to look at what resources we need for not just average consumption, but for managing these peaks and growth, and how much of a role does demand response, how much of a role does energy efficiency play in the balancing of both supply and demand. I will say today, and I want to be really careful that people understand this, is that we are on an average annual basis, we have excess surplus electricity. During peak times, we do go out to buy on the market now. So during peaks, we are not in a surplus position. So we will, based on some of our resource decisions, change that mix over the next 5 to 8 years. And so I think the IRP is probably one of the most important things strategically that we need to get done in the next, by the end of 2022, early 2023, because those types of decisions, as well as how we design our demand response products, our time of use products, will impact our resource decisions, and we have quite a few of them. But we will, on average, be surplus. And I think it's fully expected that as you see growth, through electrification, that the surplus, even on average, will be consumed. But then you're going to have to acquire the various resources to meet your average and your peak demand and your high weather events and your, extremes. And you can rely on partners in the market for some of that. We will. But I think we also need to understand that there's a lot of work to balance those two things, and this is one of the inputs to that. That to me was an important input to that. to that plan.
I'll go ahead and jump in. I usually wait till the end, but if that's okay. Okay, so I have a couple questions. So I do not do modeling. I'm not an economist, so I apologize if these questions are like obvious or basic, but I'm curious about the assumptions, like some of the assumptions. So like, for instance, one of the assumptions was like a certain rate of natural gas decarbonization, which I think here locally we're not yet seeing, right? Is that correct? That's something that's in the future. But we incorporated that. But at the same time, we didn't incorporate any of the like potential local policies that might be enacted. So like, I think in the CAP 2.0, there's like a big goal of reducing car use. So if we did reduce car use, then maybe we wouldn't have as many EVs because overall car use would be lowered. I know that we didn't look at any new construction, but I'm curious about that little piece since that it was a proposal or is a proposal from the city of Eugene. So why didn't we include those things, but we include other things?
So some of that, Commissioner Carlson, and I'll let Megan and Ben weigh in. So there's a couple different questions that you asked there. We didn't do new construction, partly because it's incredibly difficult to forecast relative to an existing base. But we did, I think it was in one of the Q&As, we did estimate the impact of space heating if there was based on the number of projects that we've seen on average over the last 10 years. And I think it was 800 and something new meters, I guess I'll call it that, from new construction, of which it looked like if it were to electrify only, it would be about a 1% impact on peak every year. So for the next however number of years that was implemented, and that was provided to the board in a different setting. Some of the other assumptions, we did not make assumptions based on goals. We did put in assumptions where there was actual legislation that was already enacted. So, for example, the decarbonation of the electric grid, for example, those are based on laws that are already in place. But we didn't put in, for example, the a decreasing number of cars or things based on just goals that were stated. So some of that we incorporated. And then we did quite a bit of just sensitivity analysis to see what ranges of variability we had in prices and numbers and things like that. So there was some logic behind it, but we didn't want to make assumptions that were strictly sort of based on somebody's goals. We wanted to look at decarbonization. Now the natural gas one has kind of pros and cons. So I think it's been mentioned that the assumptions around decarbonization of I'll say the higher mix of renewable natural gas, and renewable could include synthetic natural gas as well, but that improves the carbon perspective, but it also increases the price significantly. So in one way, it's sort of counterproductive. By over assuming a higher degree of renewable natural gas, it actually facilitates more electrification. So, some of those have a little bit of an inverse effect. And so I think some of that washes out, and we were really trying to get some degree of scope around what the impacts of these were. But that's a little bit of the logic behind some of the assumptions we made. Ben or Megan, you want to jump in?
The only thing I wanted to follow up with is it's a really good question. We've done a lot of research. We really tried to hone in on what are the key drivers. We did the sensitivity around those key drivers, and the key is that we have the analytical framework that as we move into the IRP, we can once again look at are there any new drivers? Are there any, this is a one-time, this is what we publish now, but these things are changing. And I just think that the approach is going to be a lot like we are going to approach the IRP in looking at, we have to make, assumptions. We look out into the industry and look at what other people have studied. And like I said, look at those drivers around the assumptions of those other studies look at, and then we do some sensitivity analysis and then talk to you about it. And this framework is just something these models we have are really going to be in the future provide us some flexibility to answer more specific questions that you have in a few years. So
I just want to make sure we don't get in some kind of like vicious cycle where like we model and we're going to plan for the thing that we've modeled, but we haven't included maybe some of the policies that the city is hoping to adopt. And then when the city says that they want to adopt them, then we come back and say like, well, we don't actually have, enough carbon-free. We haven't planned for enough carbon-free electricity. It's going to kind of bump us up and to have to go to the market. So I guess I'm just wondering, I know that, I guess this is one of my things is that we stay in our lane and the city tries to have a wider lane. Like, how do we make sure that we're informing the city on the policies that they're trying to make, and also that we're being responsible to what we're trying to do, but also do our part for the city? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yeah, I think so, President Schlossberg. One of the things that when I look at the outcome and the primary outcome that we're looking at here is what's the impact on our consumption patterns for electrification? And we, I think, did enough work around sensitivities to know, even if you look at the aggressive carbon reduction scenario on space heating, with a 50% conversion by 2040, it has an energy impact that's pretty low, and it has up to a 12% peak impact. That's probably manageable over I would hope we could manage that over a 20-year time frame, right? The other ones, I think we're seeing that, and I think Ben really captured it in his very initial conclusions, that most of these, and I don't think this is a surprise to people, most of these will transition over time. But because we're looking at 20-year planning horizons, we want to make sure that we at least understand the sideboards and the boundaries to what those are. It's not significantly impacted, even when I think about some of the mandates that might come about. It seems like it, from an energy and a planning perspective, it's manageable. Now there's things that we want to make sure that, and opportunities that we want to make sure that we're aware of. But I didn't read anything into this that was a concern to me from oh my gosh, that is going to be something that is going to threaten our power supply or our ability to continue to supply our products and services. Are there challenges along the way? Absolutely. There's always challenges in everything we do, I think. But I think we got out of this sort of the range of scope of different options for our planning process. And that's really what we were looking for. It wasn't necessarily to test policy, which is a little bit different type of modeling discussion.
Okay, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I'll just make one more comment about that. And that is just that I would really hope that, like, as being a good partner, we have the capability to kind of give the capacity to give the city some of the information that they were looking for about some of their potential policies, specifically about the impacts of if they mandated all new construction, residential construction needs to be electrified. And I would just love to be able to get them that information if possible. But I don't know the channels to go through. I don't know if someone's requested it. But anyway, it just seems like that would be something that we should be able to provide to them. And that's all I have. So I think we still have John Brown and Matt, right? Neither of you have asked a question. So I don't know if one of you wants to jump in.
Go ahead, Matt.
All right, I will then. Thank you, Mr. Brown. And thanks, the questions and conversation so far is super helpful. I have to start by saying, holy cow, Will Price is retiring. Congratulations to Will Price, and thank you, Will, for your service wherever you are tonight. Hopefully you're not listening to this, but you're actually cracking up with a cold one and enjoying yourself. Not that this isn't enjoyable. I like long Eweb board meetings, and this is a fascinating topic for me. I'll also say this is a thorough study and a very helpful report, so thank you to the whole team that worked on it. It's solid work. And while I'm going to ask a bunch of questions, mostly about assumptions, so that I can better understand the study and the study results, I hope nobody will take this as criticism of the work. I also want to agree with Megan that the tools here, these models, are incredibly valuable and will absolutely serve us going forward. So thank you for doing the heavy lifting to get these tools in place. And lastly, in terms of comments, I feel like this team's done a really remarkable job of reporting your assumptions, which in a study this complex is so important and makes it really easy to understand where things are coming from. So thank you for doing that. Frank, I'll second Mindy's request that we provide the City of Eugene a formal answer to their question about, or our question, the collective question about the impacts of electrifying all new construction. I think that would be a solid thing for us to do. And if there is other action we need to take in order to help make that happen, please let me know. Into my questions. Ben, toward the end of your presentation, you provided a chart that showed past load and future load. And it showed that our load in, like, I think, what was it, like the year 2000 or so, was quite a bit higher than it is now. And it went down, and it's relatively flat over the last 10 or 15 years. Given that our load is lower than it has been in the past, is it fair to say that future load growth will benefit customers by spreading out fixed costs among a larger group of customers up until, of course, we bump into the limits on our system, or that previous load that we were managing in the early 2000s. It feels like, at least at the front end here, load growth benefits both the customer in many cases, but certainly the customer base. Is that right?
Yeah, so in the ratepayer perspective, we talked about the consistent benefits for ratepayers, but we highlighted that that's based on average system cost. And so Frank reminds us that it's all great when you assume marginal. It's all fun and games until you have to build a substation to serve a load. And so, our community is going to experience electrification in a neighborhood by neighborhood level. And some neighborhoods are at capacity, some have headroom. So we tried to use averages to give you a sense. On average, yes, ratepayers benefit, but we really drive home the discussion on costs because those are assumptions.
Yeah, answering it directly, Commissioner McCray, we deal with both a very small near-term marginal cost, but potential large long-term costs. And that's the tricky part. That's actually how conservation originally got started in utilities. It was to offset the building of new resources. It was to prevent that. But on a marginal basis, for some period of time until we change our resource mix, which isn't that long, actually, it could be 5 to 8 years, we do have near-term marginal cost headroom. So in that perspective, you're correct. It would benefit the utility.
Okay, thanks. And then on page 52, just a clarification, and this is page 52 of the report that you provided us. Clarification, the aggressive carbon reduction scenario results in 50% of space heating units electrified by 2040. And my question is this 50% of all units all space heating in Eweb territory, or 50% of all the units in Eweb territory that are currently heated by natural gas? Is this fuel switching, or is this the whole?
The latter. So it's fuel switching only. So we only zoomed in at that subset of customers who use natural gas.
Thank you for that clarification. That's super helpful. It might be useful in the final report just to make that super clear, but that's very helpful. And then do we feel like 50%, switching 50% of those natural gas heated homes by 2040 is the highest level of electrification we feel is feasible?
I mean, I'll answer that with the caveats of based on economics. So based on the economics and the assumptions that we used, we assumed that if something was not in someone's financial self-interest, that they would not choose to electrify. And so if the economics changed, and that's why we tried to do the aggressive carbon scenario, we showed how the economics can change, and therefore space heating electrification changed. So,
okay, so yeah, it's based on the modeling results, not what we are assuming. It's an output, not an input. Okay,
that's correct. I think part of that, Commissioner McCray, is that when we looked at the base case, natural gas prices have been incredibly low for a long period of time, and the economic incentive to switch from one fuel to another just hasn't been there. In a more aggressive scenario, that changes, and so it's an output as a result of that.
Okay, thanks. And I see I'm out of time. I will just say that I'll can I get another round if that's possible, Mindy? I don't know what our time looks like.
Let's let John Brown go, and then we will see. We're very over time, but this is important.
Oh, I just have a real quick question about, I think, Ben, you mentioned that in peak, you're going to have to go out and get additional resources to meet peak, to meet some of this electrification. I'm thinking about the bigger picture that we're talking about homes and things, but I think recently we just put the entire downtown, we took them off steam, and most everybody down there converted to gas. And isn't the University of Oregon also, I mean, it's a city in itself, isn't it pretty much heated with natural gas? And if those two geographic portions of our community do fuel switching, or the price of that commodity becomes to where it makes economic sense to do something else, how will that change your prediction about having to go out and buy more for peak? If just say downtown, because all those facilities are new from steam to gas, and the same thing with the U of O. I think they have a relatively new system in a physical plant. How will that change this equation?
Sorry, muted. I mean, candidly, with the size of that, the scale of commercial customers like that would certainly change the equation. We really zoomed in on the small commercial to show kind of the economic barriers to understand why it's not happening today. But yeah, that level of electrification probably would change our findings.
Okay, well, I'm just thinking conceptually, if the goal is to get us off carbon, and we have the big users, and they're not exempt from this study, but if they're going to go from gas to electric, or we're going to try and see how that works, because those systems will become obsolete and they'll have to change sometime in the future, how that will affect our ability to meet everybody else's demand at peak times.
Yeah, we really zoomed in on small office as an example because the technology is similar to residential technology, but it does get a lot more complex as you have larger natural gas use facilities.
Thank you. That's all I have.
So I'm curious how people feel about another round. I know that since is an opportunity for us to comment on this. I don't know when we're going to revisit it again, but we are about 20 minutes behind schedule. So who would like to have a second round, or who has questions for a second round? I have a couple.
I'm fine with the second round, but I don't have any questions.
Okay, so let's do another second round. And now I see the clock. I didn't see it before. So let's try to pay really close attention to the clock. And so Matt, I know that you have some more questions.
I do, thanks, Mindy. And I have more questions that I don't have time for tonight. You know, Frank and Megan and Ben, perhaps there's a way that we could circle back and I can ask you some more questions about the study.
Please, please do.
Okay, thank you very much. The renewable natural gas assumption that's in here, that we're going to that we would see 15% by 2030 and 30% by 2050, and under an aggressive scenario, 80% by 2050 of renewable gas in the gas pipeline, all seems really optimistic to me, unless we're both driving up renewable gas while simultaneously reducing gas use overall. And I understand that those numbers come from Senate Bill 98, but that bill enables and doesn't require this level of renewable gas, right? It allows utilities to invest and create that level of renewable gas, but doesn't require that. So my question is, what evidence do we have that natural gas utilities can meet those kinds of targets? Have we seen any gas utility decarbonization plans that meet targets like that?
I can let Frank jump in because I recall him talking about Northwest Natural has come out and committed to meeting the goals set out in SB 98. But commenting on the viability of plans and whatnot is outside of my personal area of expertise.
Yeah, that does come, Matt, from the combination of SB 98 plus I want to say it was called the Carbon Pathways study and commitment that the Northwest Natural has made to be carbon neutral by 2050 in their goals, and have made public presentations around that, including the Citizens Utility Board and some others. And they are, of course, they are governed differently, but it's based on those assumptions.
Okay, thanks. I'll leave the rest of my questions for another time. I just do have one point that I'd like to end with, if I may, and that is that electrification like this is a key pillar of getting us off of fossil fuels. And while some amount of natural gas use may have to continue, it feels to me like it would be a wasted use to heat homes with fossil fuels when renewable electricity can do the job. I recognize that the potential for electrification to impact peak load, but the IRP gives us a chance to address some of those peak issues. And I believe that managing additional peak load would be way easier than managing the impacts of climate change. And I'll stop there. Thanks so much for the extra time.
And I have one last question that I'm actually you can email me back the answer. And it's just about assumptions about air conditioning. And I know we're looking 20 years into we're modeling 20 years into the future. And like right now, maybe a lot of people don't have air conditioning, but just what that might look like in the future, because I know it will also shift our peak and all that kind of stuff. So I will email that question and you can get back.
I know Ben made lots of different calculations and did a lot of work around the sort of side impact of air conditioning as a subsection of electrification. So I know he's got all kinds of things off the top of his mind on that.
Great. Well, thank you very much. This was a good, robust discussion, and we appreciate all of the work that has gone into this. I know that it's been a big team effort, and thank you for all of that. And we look forward to the final iteration. I guess this was the final iteration, and working on the IRP.
Yeah, the IRP is really the next step, and there's some finishing touches we need to put on this, and then this becomes input and potential permutations going into the IRP, and we will be back to the board early next year to talk about the process for the IRP and what goes into that important piece of work.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Megan and Ben, and the rest of your team. And congratulations, Will, on your impending retirement. Okay. Well, along the same vein, we are on agenda item number 14, which is Board Policy SD15, Climate Change Policy Review / Kickoff.
So, President Schlossberg, Commissioners, good evening. I'm just going to kick this off. I have a little bit of background information. This discussion was at the request of board members at the last meeting. There was at least 2 commissioners that wanted to explore potential changes to what Eweb calls SD15, which is our climate change policy. I did provide some background information that was it was a slew of information around what we're doing on climate change and what other utilities are doing as well. And I'll just start with some background information, and then I'm really going to turn it over to you, President Schlossberg, because I think this is a board discussion as to how you want to approach potential changes to it. Just a little bit of history on SD15. It was originally crafted in 2007, and the latest update was in July of 2018. There's a number of links into our strategic plan. Just a few of them are listed here. Everything from our environmental responsibility from a customer confidence perspective to the phases of our strategy, which includes the integration of clean energy resources and the importance that plays in our integrated and resource planning decisions. Part of our resiliency includes being environmentally responsible as well as the balance with our other values. So we do specifically call out in our environmental value that we value our sustainable stewardship of the environment and natural resources, and also including our role in reducing greenhouse gases that are contributing to climate change. So there's some very direct links to the strategic plan, which you adopted last month, actually formally, and in its latest revision. The next slide. Just at a very high level, there are really 5 areas where SD15 directs me as the general manager on your behalf to pursue actions in the following areas. One of them is related to power generation and maintaining a low carbon, high renewable content in our generation portfolio. We have not had to make very many decisions related to our portfolio in the last 5 years or so. And right now we have about a 90% carbon-free on average resource base with a very low carbon intensity. From a carbon measures perspective, this is really about taking positions based on local, state, and federal efforts, legislative efforts. We have taken a number of positions. We were one of the few public utilities that came out in support of the cap and trade legislation. We've supported a number of other measures at the state level that have to do with impacts on the climate, as well as the climate's impact on us, which includes wildfire mitigation and other things. And so we do participate in that, and have continued to lobby and work with members of the state and federal delegation on those issues. Our own operations, we also, on an annual basis, we do report out our reductions in our own operations, and really between 2009 and 2019, we reduced about 4,500 metric tons, or 39% in our own operations. Most of that due to our our fuel consumption, and we'll see where we are at next month in December when we report out on our latest carbon accounting for our own operations. From a customer decarbonization perspective, we do offer over 40 different energy efficiency and conservation programs, including limited income and rental qualifying programs. We have electric vehicle charging and heat pump water heater incentives, along with commercial programs for lighting, refrigeration, compressors, and other types of applications. And since 2010, this is a rough estimate, and we're actually analyzing the data. We believe our programs have saved somewhere in the area of 600,000 megawatt hours between 2010, which is the baseline, by the way, for the climate action plan for the city of Eugene, and today. And if you use the regional number for carbon intensity, which is probably more appropriate than our own, given that that it's consumption that would otherwise be consumed in the region, that's somewhere between 14,000 and 16,000 metric tons a year of carbon reduction through those programs, which is very significant. And then the final directive area is through impacts to Eweb, and we continue to look at how we analyze and improve our resiliency to disruptive events, including climate change. Most recently, the board got a view of our wildfire mitigation plan, the 2020 Eugene Springfield area multi-jurisdictional natural hazard mitigation plan, which is a mouthful. And then we've also done a number of different studies around drinking water risk and resiliency assessment, and which was part of the 2018 American Water Infrastructure Act. So we continue to do a number of things relative to all of these measures. Next slide, please. But there's always room for improvement, and as part of the background information, I did include a number of other different things that other utilities were doing to give you a little flavor for some of the other climate policies that utilities across the West have. I also tried to provide our legislative obligations in the areas of resources and other things, as well as some of the program updates. And also a copy of SD15, which was probably the shortest document you had to read during this whole board packet. And I think it was a page and a half or so. But the board, at your request, you wanted to have further discussions around the climate change policy and where you might like to see it go. And so I tried to provide the background information to facilitate that conversation. And I hope I've done that. And with that, President Schlossberg, I'll turn it back over to you.
Frank, I think I saw President Schlossberg lead the meeting, I think probably by accident, I would guess. There, she's back.
No, I'm back. Something just happened to my computer. Sorry about that.
I just said a bunch of really important things, President Schlossberg, and I turned it right back to you to manage the discussion around potential revisions or updates to SD15. So I'll just turn it back to you now that you're back.
Great, thank you. I think I was only off for a few seconds, so sorry about that. So Sonia, if it's okay, I was gonna kind of let you open it up because you're the one who made the request. So go ahead.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. I mean, I think Frank, you really teed it up well in that I like the different buckets that are there. Can we go back to the previous slide that has the, there we go, the primary directives, not buckets. Because I think under each one of these separate areas, there's potential ways that we could put KPIs or, goals around where we want to go. Now, I know power generation, the goals that we're going to get there are very costly. So maybe that's, one that we say, okay, that one's not going to be an area that we focus on, except for where we optimize and have technology that helps our customers, charge during off-peak hours, because then we don't have to go out and get those market purchases. So it's more of an avoidance strategy in that area. So maybe the goal in that area is, we get certain number of customers to sign up to say we're going to charge at this time instead. But what I would I think these are really good directives and buckets to really look at. And what I would like to see is just, we kind of have a discussion. Does that make sense? Can we go through and, then there might be some other data that I think we would need to kind of look at where those goals could be, where the targets need to be. I really appreciated having the other information on other utilities and where they need to go, but like that one chart that was brought up before, it's really hard for me to compare apples to apples because their times and the amount that they're reducing are kind of all over the map. So it's really hard for me to say, okay, well, if you're reducing 50%, but below 2010 levels, what is that compared to our 10% below 1990 levels? I mean, I just have no idea what kind of level that is or how big of a commitment that really is. And I don't know if that's something that staff can help us with if we're trying to see where we're at in comparison wise to other utilities. But I think that would be helpful for me as we figure out kind of where those buckets are, or not where the buckets are, but where we set those targets are at. And obviously I think the electrification study will help us a lot in terms of looking at setting those dials. Here are the things that really have the biggest bang for our buck. Well, let's focus on those. Let's set a goal. We'll get X number of homeowners to fuel switch, and we're going to try it at this incentive level and see if we can meet that target. So those are the things that I would like to see out of here. Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Go ahead, Matt.
Thanks, Mindy. Yeah, I agree with Sonia. I think adding some specific, like, measurable targets or KPIs, if that's how we want to refer to them, would be really helpful in all these areas. I do want to acknowledge that Eweb has been no slacker when it comes to reducing carbon emissions. I mean, for decades, right, this utility has been sourcing low carbon electricity and taking measures to, invest in energy efficiency and help people use less energy and reduce emissions that way. So just want to acknowledge the hard work of Eweb staff and past Eweb boards who have consistently pointed us in the right direction. I do think, adding targets, as Sonia suggested, would be useful. I think we could pretty easily set something for the CO2 intensity of the electricity that's supplied by Eweb. We measure that already, and it's something that we can track and address through our electricity planning. I think setting an electrification target for EVs in buildings would be reasonable, given that we have a study that gives us a sense of magnitude of what can be done without, technically and economically. I think electrification target would be useful. We already have an energy efficiency target. I would love to see that included here because it's such a key piece of addressing climate change, and perhaps that energy efficiency target revised to complement an electrification target. On a somewhat separate note, but not really, if we think about climate impacts, I feel like setting some goal for how much of our power we want to have local control over, right? Eweb currently owns several generating facilities and has immediate control over some others, and it feels like it would be valuable for us to try and maintain that control so that as we run into disruptions in power supply, we aren't just beholden to other providers, but that we have some local control. And then to address some of the peak issues that Frank has been talking about and are included in the electrification study, I think a distributed energy resources target that can help us understand or help us set some goals about how and when we want to address peak loads. And then lastly, and maybe this should be first, an equity goal so that our emissions reduction activities help and don't hinder underserved populations in our service area. And I know that's a lot, but it feels like it feels like we need kind of a full complement of goals that all point us in the right direction. There are a lot of things that kind of have to change simultaneously, or at least continue in the same direction simultaneously. So those are my thoughts in terms of goals. Thank you.
Yeah, John Borofsky.
Thanks. So I kind of look at policies a little bit different than I think maybe some of the other commissioners do. So I look at a policy as the direction, and then action items are what get us to that direction. And some of the things that Frank, pointed out to me are action items. And I think that if we want to add action items to bolster the policy, I think that's fine. I don't know that we necessarily need to bake in all of the action items into the policy. As far as some of the things that Matt just said, I agree with some of the idea of local generation. I think we can use, the power generation and use SD15 when we make our decision on what we want to do with LIBOR. Use this policy as one of the weight points that we're looking at when we're making that decision. The only thing that really rang out to me that could rise to the policy level rather than the action item level is what Matt just said, the equity. I think that would be appropriate to fit in somewhere in the policy, that our climate action policy addresses the equity portion of our community. But for me, measurable action items are a great way to make sure that we are achieving the policy. It doesn't, in my opinion, it doesn't have to be baked into the written policy part. I like a lot of what is written in the policy, and then just clarifying these are the action items and these are the action items that we want metrics on would be a way that I could see us getting to fulfilling this policy.
All right. John Brown, anything that you would like to add?
Well, I just want to, I agree with the other John B about that. I don't want to get into a position where we haven't met a specific number and things. One of the statistics in this backgrounder that really stood out to me, it said the rest of the region needs to reduce emissions by 94% to adjust of their present carbon intensity to reach Eweb's current generation mix. That's pretty telling about where we are. And when we discussed earlier, decades ago about safety, what reliability, about what it costs to get no outages. We have a 95% reliability now, but to get that other 5%, the cost metric was like tenfold of what was to get the first 95%. And I want to make sure that we don't make a goal that's so that is so embedded in there that it doesn't get into the equity thing. That we've got all these wish lists and everything else, but if we have to get a certain percentage or a certain thing that if we don't make it, we haven't met a goal, and then all of a sudden we look like we're not there. I mean, if we strive to attain maximization of these, that's one thing, but to put it hard and fast, I don't know if I agree with that. I agree more with what John Borofsky has said, and I do also agree with that local control, because not only Lieberg, but we've got Seneca coming up, and that's going to be another one that we're going to, whether I'm around or not, it's going to be a fun discussion. Trust me, I've been through it, and so there's some good things here. But I think we can modify this a little bit to to meet everybody's desire and not have to. I just want to make sure that we don't set the goal so high that it becomes so costly that it's not attainable, or it just drives people out. That's all I have.
When I think about this, it kind of reminds me of the conversation we had, I don't know how many months ago it was, but it was about Eweb's carbon intensity. And one thing, Frank, that you brought up is that there's so much different language that we use. It's not always consistent. Like we talk about carbon free, we talk about environmentally friendly. Like there's not always consistent language, because that would be really boring. So we try to liven it up a little bit, but sometimes I wonder if, because we use so many different terms, that there's not like a standard definition for some things, and not that we need a glossary for all of our documents and stuff, but I'm just wondering if we tighten up some of our language a little bit, that it might be a little clearer in what we mean. And I do like the idea of setting targets. I don't know that it's the board's job necessarily for us to be the ones to get in the weeds and set the targets, but I think what I'm hearing from at least some of the commissioners is that in principle, we've got, like, this has some good bones, and we're just curious, like, how do we make sure that we continue to like move on the upward trajectory that we're trying to advance these policies? Like what are the end goals, kind of, instead of just saying like we're committed to low carbon, we want to we're energy efficiency and things like that. So for me, that would be helpful, and maybe at a working level, these goals already exist, these targets exist. I just don't know. I don't know what they are necessarily, other than just like the big things that we say. So that would be helpful to me. I don't know if it's 9 o'clock and I don't know that I'm even making any sense anymore. But I think that there's got to be a way to maybe tighten this up a little bit. And one thing I do know about this board is that we don't seem to get into the weeds and micromanage and stuff. And so I do think that we're trying to keep it at the policy level to figure out how we can just make sure that we're on the same page. And Sonia, I see you raising your hand, which will rescue me from just talking in circles right now.
Well, I mean, I agree. I don't want to put all those different pieces in there, but I feel like we do need that data, or at least some direction from staff on what those components can be, so we know what is relatively achievable, you know, and then we can hold ourselves accountable to those end goals. I'm not talking about putting in, you know, for every single one of those. And sorry that I said that earlier, because what I'd like to see is a goal, but something that's based in reality, and we have a thought process around, you know, these are the actionable items that get reported to us and the KPIs that we get in the end of the year reporting, but it feeds back into this policy. And Frank, if I'm not mistaken, we have targets in our financial, like when we have financial documents, we have reserve requirements and different targets that are actually a part of policy. So I don't think having, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think having specific targets in here is in line with our other policy writings. So I'm fine putting in more generic things, but it does need to be specific.
I believe that some of the financial policies at the board level don't necessarily say what debt service coverage should be. For example, they say maintain certain sort of industry ratings or things like that weigh into that. I do appreciate there's a balance between things that sort of are directional and aspirational and inspire actions versus the actions themselves, which I think is kind of where this conversation goes. You know, one of the things that could be an opportunity with this is to identify within the 5 areas where some of these actually manifest themselves. You don't necessarily have to actually specify the goal, the metric itself. But for example, when I think about carbon intensity and I'll call it localness, Commissioner McCray, if you don't mind, the localness of the resources. The tool for that would be the inputs of criteria to the IRP. Those actually, so for example, that goal could be, or that particular part of the policy would be using the IRP, identify these things as part of your generation base. And it doesn't necessarily have to specify what it is. That could be, worked out with the board. So there might be ways to identify the linkages, maybe a little bit better is how I might describe that. And then the equity piece is an interesting one. It does not refer to climate equity in the policy, nor does it actually talk about the impact of equity of affordability or reliability. So there's something there that I'm not sure if it's this policy or another one where we could incorporate that. But I do think that it sounds like at least sort of the basic components of it. People kind of like the different components. It's to what degree do we sort of specify or refine the direction within those components, and then the linkages to actions and metrics and ways to implement those. And so it sounds like there's opportunity there, but there's some balance that I'm hearing from a few of you around how much detail around the actual target do we put in there versus, or I'll say the measurement in there versus the sort of the philosophical target.
Yeah, the difference between, for me, each of these different buckets has different deltas that are impactable, right? And some we have a lot of control over, and others we have very little control over. But what gets measured gets managed. And if we put measurements in here, climate change is such a critical challenge of our time. It's going to take everything we've got. You can't make it so expensive that nobody can afford electricity anymore. Obviously, that undermines it. But we have to focus on this and do it in a really clear way. And so I think, putting something into the policy that really defines each of those different goals so we can look at it and say, oh yeah, well, we're here. Even if we look at it and we say, we've done so much in this realm, and we can even show, across utilities, we're top of the line. That's okay too, because it tells the story to our customer base in a way that I don't think that they really know or see. And that's part of our problem too. We're getting a lot of pressure from climate activists and such. Well, Eweb doesn't do anything anymore. We do a lot. We've done a lot for so long. It's just I don't think that we tell the story well. And I think having metrics that we can show where we've been and where we're going to and the possibility will tell them a better story. So I really appreciate putting it on here. Thank you.
Can I actually have a dialogue with you here on a couple of things? But do you think that the policy is where sort of the overarching objective, sort of the destination, I'll call it, can reside in the policy, but then the annual goal setting process is where you review the sort of the status of where you are with the metrics, the jump off point, and then the sort of the goal for the target so that there becomes a tie-in with the annual work in pursuit of wherever that destination is. Is that a fair description?
Yeah, I would agree with that, absolutely. And I think that's tell me if I'm wrong, but it sounded more of like where the Johns were at as well. But I don't want to get into the weeds with how much you do of each of these different programs, but it's really hard for me as a board member to say, here's the goal until I know where we can impact it. I don't want to set something that's so unreasonable that we could never achieve it. So there has to be some underlying basis for what are those steps that we can take and where do we think we can reasonably get to? Because I think that will also inform the city when they're saying, oh, well, we assume that Eweb will reduce X number of emissions. Well, where are we getting those numbers from? Where is that reduction coming from? We have to have a clear, coordinated path. And in order to do that, we need to know where all those buckets are. So you handle the what, but we need to know how we can set reasonable targets. I just said a lot. I hope that was worthwhile. I wasn't babbling here at 9:08. Thank you.
I wasn't babbling at all. I think it was very clear. Does anybody else have any other comments about this? I want. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, dovetailing on what Sonia just said, I think that there are areas in this policy that we definitely can pull some levers. In the customer decarbonization bucket, as we're referring to it, I think there's great opportunities for us there, either with efficiencies or fuel changing and stuff like that. I think there's a ton of things that we can do there that are very measurable. You go up to the other ones, the carbon measures, yeah, we can send our people to Salem and help lobby for legislation, but the impacts that we have there may be less dramatic. And so, I think that there's parts of these things that metrics really play into well, and there's other ones that it's going to be, the Eweb operation one. That's very straightforward. How many gallons of diesel are we using this year, right? Those types of things. So I think that in the overall policy, there's great opportunities for us to show our work, right? That's kind of what Sonia was looking for. Show our work, show what we're doing year over year. Other ones, policy is a little bit mushy, and so that's why I think hopefully this gives Frank some opportunity to look at these and say yes. And as far as the equity, yeah, I think that can be in other policies. And it should be in other policies. It should be in reliability. It should be in affordability. It should be across more policies than just the climate action policy. I think that that's something that we can bake into a lot of our policies going forward. So thank you.
Anybody else have any other comments? Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, just a question for Frank, and I feel like I should know this, so forgive me. But in terms of like the annual goal setting, are those goals intended to be what we're accomplishing over the course of 12 months, or are those goals longer term than that?
So that's a good question, Commissioner McCray. I think they can be framed up to be both. So, and what I mean by that is, in pursuit of this, we are going to achieve that in 2022. So it can actually be, you can provide linkages between what you're going to accomplish in the next 12 months, which is really what you're trying to do. You're trying to drive your immediate actions. But if a goal is written correctly, it can frame it up to give it context in the larger pursuit. So and I would say our goal setting methodology has been not very robust when it comes to the board piece of it. And that's why we're going to try to change it this year to start working with the board in December to come up with annual goals. Most of that has been, quite honestly, me and the management team bringing you what we think we should do, and that it's better than some organizations, but it's not really where we would like to be, because I don't think it provides continuity over the long period of time. So if we do it right, we can cover both.
Thanks. Yeah, and I guess for me, that's one of the things that we could do here is provide the long-term goal. Where do we want to be in 2050 or 2040? That we're then kind of taking bites at each year through our annual goal setting, but the long-term goals could reside in this policy statement just to point the long-term direction. That's kind of how I could imagine this working so that we're like, you know, I'm the same way. I don't want to be in the weeds. I don't want to tell anybody how to get there. But I do think it is the role of this board to say where we want to go, and provide that long-term destination. Anyway,
Yeah,
I do feel measurable targets or long-term goals would be valuable from my perspective. Go ahead, Frank.
I'm hoping that we can craft it in such a way that allows for an understanding of the destination, without creating the sort of an unintended consequence from pursuit of one goal in sacrifice of another. You know, that's always an interesting one. And we've talked about the trade-offs between the values just that we have between affordability and environment and reliability. Commissioner Brown mentioned one earlier, that how many 99.99, how many nines do you want to have in your reliability metric before you start to impact your affordability? You know, one example of that I put in the memo was how our carbon intensity is really subject to the water year that we have and how much hydro generation that we have. It does fluctuate pretty significantly based on how much water is available and our hydro projects operating at the way they should. Now that is all relative because you compare it with the region and it's multiple times better to start with. So I think how we craft this will be important. And there's some detail that I think just needs to be cleaned up because, for example, the customer piece talks about smart electrification, and we really have never defined smart. And so, you know, for some customers, all electrification is smart. And for others, it might not be. And so we do need to clean up some of the language in the policy. I have a few ideas. I'll give you one of my concerns, and it's the wrong rock scenario. If you don't know what that analogy is, it's that I feel a bit tasked with going off and looking at some potential changes, of which I will bring it back to the board, and you'll go, well, that's not what we wanted, go bring us something else, and I end up going back and forth bringing you the wrong rock. And so what I may do is look, I'm up for the challenge. I'm, you know, lifting rocks will keep me in shape, but I think it's going to be an iterative process. I do want to get this right, and so I will do my best to bring you back at least a potential iteration that can facilitate some more discussion, and hopefully it's a really close to the right shaped rock.
Great. Well, I also think, just really quickly, that some of the goals, they're already goals that we're working on. It's not like we're going to have to come up with goals. So this is already a lot of work that we're doing. It just sounds like we want to firm it up a little bit and maybe set some targets. And part of the thing that makes it so difficult is that we're already doing a lot. So we don't have like a whole, like if we were kind of starting from scratch or weren't doing a good job in our carbon intensity, it would be a lot easier to firm this up, I think. So it's kind of a good problem that we have.
Yeah, if we were really bad, it would be easy to make progress.
Yep, exactly. Okay, so do you have from us what you need, Frank?
I think so. You know, we have our check-ins next week. I think the appropriate timing, so I can check in with individual commissioners and kind of see where you're at with some of the ideas. And I'll plan to, this will be one of the subject matters that we can discuss.
Great.
Shiny rock, not too round, pretty hard, not too soft.
Floats on water.
Yeah, about that size, heart shaped. Sonia says heart shaped.
Maybe spray it with some flex steel.
Great.
Okay, we're hitting the home stretch here. Agenda item number 15, quarterly strategic and operational report for Q3 2021. It's like, Rod, over to you.
Isn't the term you're looking for, Frank, catchball, not bring me the rock?
I am looking actually for catchball, which is a lean process, by the way, commissioners. It's doing exactly what we're doing, which is over a period of time, you bounce things back and forth. So I'm hoping it's catchball and not wrong rock. How's that?
Thanks. So good evening, commissioners, and the rest of the folks listening. So my name's Rod Price, for the record. In recognizing I am the person standing between your beer or your pillow, I will go pretty quick on this, I think. Holly, can you go to the next slide, please? One of the things that was really interesting about that last conversation is I think it directly applies to this conversation, which is essentially how do you measure and quantify and do the things to see that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, right? And so the quarterly report is this awesome tool that we've been using to have those discussions. So one of the things that I think you can read the report and see some of the things that there are some downtrends in some of these things, but what I wanted to do is kind of into more what Frank is maybe talking about and Matt a little bit is I wanted to talk about the quarterly report and the results more in terms of the strategic plan and the mission, and how they interact with the values. And I think it pertains directly to that last conversation is there's long-term things that have tension in them. And so how do we apply our goals and how do we measure things and how do they line up with our values? So I'll talk about a few things and highlight a few things, and then Frank will end up giving us the report card. So anyway, next slide, please. So I want to start off with, we deliver water and electricity per the mission. And I just wanted to start off saying, though, that there's more than just a water division and an electric division. We've got a lot of people that help support both. And I think Deb in finance, we've had some stellar examples tonight of those kind of things that they do. And they have a goal that's on track, their COSA goal, but they also are on track with all their budgets. And so the finance, they've just done a ton of work this last quarter, and you're seeing the results of it. So I'd like to acknowledge that. I think workforce services, in case you didn't know, that's what we are now calling formerly the human resources, and they have CI and safety in them too. So Lena's kind of rebranded that division a little bit to name it appropriately, but there's some really cool things going on here. And so here's where the first value comes in, which is safety. Our safety and injury record is really good this year. We're getting some awards nationally recognized for some of these things. And again, some really good work there recognizing our safety and our commitment to our health of our employees. So one of the things that's not going so well is supply chain, but I'm not sure how much we have to do with that, but we are working hard. And again, I think we've talked about this last time. The main impact still remains the deployment for AMI has slowed down and paused to this point in the electric. Community focus is a value I'd like to bring in and talk a little bit about customer solutions. So they talk to customers all the time, obviously on the phone, and again, we've been challenged there a little bit with long lead times, and I think you've gotten some reports where we are working on hiring more people, working on CI to alleviate that in the long run. But I also want to highlight that in that group is the communications team. For instance, in the CEI work, all these things are reaching out and starting to touch customers in different ways. And so I think that's one thing that's really important because there's so many things we do that people like and don't like. And so we're finding better ways to communicate with people. And so I think you see that sort of highlighted in there. Another thing I'll touch on real quick, and I'll just mention is Eweb property. We just went through all kinds of discussions on that already. More goals being hit in that. I am going to highlight Travis in the information service group a little bit. He was kind enough to leave my picture off his slide, so I'm going to give him a shout out back. I think if you look at the strategic plan, it's really predicated on building customer confidence and taking care of your operations first. So Travis took over, I don't know, about 2 years ago, that division and rebuilt it almost from scratch. And so one of the things he's done, and again, if you look at the stats in the quarterly report, he's taken control of budget and operations, him and his team, Danielle, Bruce, all the folks, supervisors and people in that division have committed to those kind of things. And it's set them on a good course to do their strategic goal. And again, you heard Travis talk a lot about ERP and all the care and consideration and all the people that are pouring into that, not just in his division, but it's a good take care of your operations, build on your operations to meet your strategic goals. So I'm not going to say the last one because it'd be like sucking up to my boss, but he did complete goal 3. He's the first person to complete their goal this year. So next slide, please. So we do 2 things. We deliver electric and water. So when we say electric, we include the generation division. And so, we do, if you did note in there, there's a below target in our how we're doing with our revenue to expense kind of thing. I do want to point out that's 1.6 million out of 284 million. So I'm not sure it's an emergency. Deb will probably be kicking me under the door right now, but just a heads up, there's probably a budget amendment likely along with that. But it does go to show again the effort we take and our affordability kind of component and the things we look at to the detail we do in our values. Overall, though, bottom line, what I want to say is electric reliability is up. I mean, it's doing really well. We are accomplishing our mission. We are doing it reliably and we're doing it safe. And I think one of the things that we think about when we talk about safety a lot is, we're taking care of the employees are safe and all that. Well, we put a whole bunch of effort into our customer, our community, all these safety items that are not just for our employees. And so the damn safety issues that we're experiencing may seem annoying on some levels and they're frustrating for a lot of people and they cost a lot of money and all these things. But at the bottom of that whole discussion is that we are very conservative and we take our time and we want to do things right with those facilities. So when we talk about safety, I think we do put it up there. Another thing is the wildfire mitigation planning. We had some great discussions last time about that. So that goal is on track. And again, tonight we talked about electrification, how that ties in all kinds of community affordability, all the kind of things we were just talking about. So next slide, please. Well, here's where water's really shining. They're 10 million ahead on a budget of 30 or 40 million. So they're looking pretty good right now. But I also want to say, first and foremost, that the delivery of water and the water quality is extremely high. And we continue to do those things despite our ups and downs. And again, I think I want to talk about reliability as it's not just now. It is, we are tasked to be reliable 20, 40 years from now, right, Matt? So part of that is we've started our water storage projects and we had an incident today. And again, safety came right up to the matter. We shut the job down completely. We will not restart that. But it's a series, part of this whole series of making sure that our kids and our future generations have reliable, clean water. And it's a really key cornerstone to that. And so these are projects we work on that key into the community and quality and all that. We're doing a lot of resiliency work. If you recall, the board had tasked us to work with Sub a couple of years ago to check out second source and cooperation. So we did finish our first drills the other day with Sub and Rainbow, some intertie work that hasn't been done in a very long time. So very happy about all that. And of course, the community, and again, source protection and all the work going on in source protection and environment and how we're working in the restoration from the fire. There's a lot of good work in there. I just threw the words Kaiser Slough in there for John Brown to let him know that we're still working on that and actually making some progress in that area. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Frank so he can give us our report card.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Appreciate the update. Go with the next slide, please. So taking a step back from another step back from the detail, here's where we are with our goals that were set for this year. The first goal is really operate the utility the way that you have already told us to operate through the various resolutions and metrics and all kinds of things that have been established through the years. And I don't know if I've said this before, but the last time I checked, there were over 40 active board resolutions still in effect. So it's not just policies, there's resolutions that you and other collective boards through the years have told us. On the operational piece, there are some mixed results. I would say that the organizational response, though, has been really good. That we are resilient as a workforce, and Rod's mentioned a number of things: safety, reliability, water quality, resilient, all of those things, emergency planning, those things are going incredibly well. But we've had some challenges in some labor tightness areas and some response times and some projects that are in mixed states of progression. So some mix there. Probably the one that would be red in my category would be the advanced metering, and it's not because of planning, it's because of a supply chain delay. Our response has been pretty good, though, as far as setting aside enough meters to continue to do new development work and emergency replacements and some of those things that are based on our responsiveness to new construction and renovation work and repair and replacement of existing meters. The other goals, and I will say goal 3 was actually your goal, not my goal. So I appreciate the credit from Mr. Price, but that's really I think an accomplishment of the board to go through a number of iterations and discussions around the strategy and refining of that. And so thank you for that. And then really all of the various sort of interim targets, and some of these are activity based, and then some of them are sort of result based, but watershed updates on the hydroelectric projects and where we are on that, information technology, all of these are basically on target, as well as goal number 5, which was the electrification impact analysis, and you just got an update on that one. So you take a step back, I think there's some mixed in the operational day-to-day. Some of those things we own and we work to improve, and others we are resilient and adapt to. So it's kind of the overall assessment from Rod Price and myself, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that the board has. I think the next slide is just a question slide. Yep, there we go. Back to you, President Schlossberg.
It's pretty amazing, all the things that we're doing in the midst of an ongoing pandemic and still recovering from a wildfire. So kudos to you, Frank, and the rest of the organization for all of that hard work. It's impressive. Questions, comments? Matt?
Yeah, I would echo your point, Mindy. These are all the goals that we had set for ourselves, but there are additional activities we're taking on, wildfire recovery being one of them that we didn't have a goal around, but we're doing it because we need to do it to serve our community and our customers. And yeah, it is kind of wild what this utility is able to do. And also, I appreciate the candor that is baked into this report, that we're not, glossing over things that could use some improvement. I think that makes it easier to comprehend and easier to trust when we're kind of playing about the things that aren't working as well as we'd like it to. I think that's really helpful. So yeah, I guess I'm with Mindy. It's amazing what this utility is capable of doing, and thank you all for keeping it on track. Thanks.
Sonia.
I'm not going to reiterate everything they just said. Great, great work. Kudos. Just one quick comment, something to chew on as we look at next month, and we're going to be voting on a rate increase. Somebody's going to bring up that we're $10 million over budget for the water, and we're looking at raising rates. I just want us to be prepared for how we talk about that and justify what we're doing. So, okay, that's it. Thanks again for everything.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, though. It's not a year-end number, and so I think that when you really have to look at the year-end accounting to really make some of those kind of discussions, because we do have reserve targets to hit. We've got all kinds of things that have to take place before that 10 million is realized, and so I think that's a really good point, though.
And I would point out, just for you, Commissioner Carlson, is some of this relates to the timing of expenses and investments and kind of where they fall, and the rate projections for 2022 are based on the sort of the expenses and investments of 2022 and the outcomes of that. If we go into that year with the ability of having $10 million to potentially, and in fact, it goes back to Commissioner Borofsky's discussion around basically rate smoothing funds or rate mitigation funds, then that can be a discussion that would come in typically April or May.
Yeah, John Borofsky.
Yeah, thank you. I think these quarterly reports are amazing. To do them on a quarterly basis is, I mean, in my business, if we get around to this type of thing every couple of years, I would be pleased on it. So to see them on a quarterly basis to this type of detail is very encouraging. And unfortunately, the things that always seem to stand out are the ones where we're not meeting our metrics, right? You know, it's when we look into when the dial points to red, it always is a flag that we tend to look at, and we gloss over all of the greens and whites, and that's shouldn't be. And you know, Sonia, yeah, $10 million, but we have a lot of things coming up down the pipeline on water. You know, there's this little thing on the off of Franklin Boulevard that might have an impact on some of that money. So we need to be able to communicate that to our customers. Say, you know, just because we have money in the bank doesn't mean that we can spend it all to offset 1 year's rates. Again, I've got to pick out a red dial, and that's, you know, the customer service, because that's the thing that we're hearing. And I still would like to have some sort of idea going forward, maybe by the next quarterly strategic, if there's going to be a public-facing opportunity for our customers to interact with us, not just through a telephone, because I think that's something that's important to me, to be able to say to the constituents that are reaching out to me that, you know, I can't get through on the phone and there's no place for me to go talk to somebody. So I don't know where that lands, but I just have to bring it up. I do think we're doing great work, but there's always room for improvement. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Borofsky. One thing I didn't mention in my report card at the end was that what I think becomes important in our new goal setting process is that the status of where you are, the jump off point, really sets the stage for the goals and activities for the next year. And so I do think the quarterly reports and the situational analysis of where we are can provide some input. And I would be very surprised if in our goal discussion, whether it's brought up by the board or it's brought up by management, that the responsiveness on the customer service side needs to be raised to an organizational goal level in 2022. Now, there can be a number of discussions around how that takes place, the importance of in-person versus telephone, because those actually in some ways conflict with each other because they take the same resource. But if there's a need that needs to come out of that goal setting process, then that's a really good opportunity to do it. So I think this is a springboard for the conversation, gosh, actually next month, which is, wow, I can't believe it's, we'll be talking about 2022 goals next month, but it's a really good opportunity to do that.
John Brown, anything from you? Nope. Ready for bed. Nothing else for me other than that. I'm really proud to be part of this organization. I think that we're doing really great work, and thank you for your leadership, Frank. And with that, that brings us to agenda item number 16, correspondence and board agendas.
Well, thank you, commissioners. I appreciate the kind words. It really is an organizational effort that, that we can accomplish as a team. And I include the board in that, from your leadership and guidance, all of the things amongst all of the different distractions, some of them created by us, some of them created by other circumstances. But thank you. It really is the organization that makes this work. So it's not me. I'll celebrate this evening by saying there is no correspondence in the board packet. We figured 368 pages was enough. And so the only thing left is the board agendas. I'm not seeing a need for either a November or a December work session at this point. We do have some, it looks like the December meeting isn't as full as this one. But it does have some good meaty items in it as well. So look forward to that. We do have a trip next week out to the Glenwood site. And so I think that's on the docket from an agendas perspective. But unless there's any questions about that, I will pass it back to you, President Schlossberg.
Not seeing any hands raised for questions. Great. Thank you. That leads us to board wrap up. Anyone have any last words? Go ahead, Matt.
I move that we wrap up.
I'm guessing everybody would second that. Yeah, it's late. All right, well, this has been a marathon meeting for sure. Unless anybody has anything last that they want to add? Nope. All right, 9:41, 1 minute late. This meeting is adjourned. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, commissioners. A lot of good conversation. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night.